Okay, I should be live. Hello everyone who is watching. Today we're gonna observe games between SeleCT and Texta. A bunch of 1v1 games. These two have played in 2005 against each other in March 2005. I think back then SeleCT was top 1 Eldar and Texta was rank 1 Space Marine. So two best players at their factions. They posted a lot of games, so I thought, since I have so many between these two, no expert clash today, we'll just watch the games between them which they played. So let's jump into them, get started with game 1. One Meeting of Minds, first game. We'll have a lot of games on Railway also. One moment. I think I have to adjust my webcam position a bit. In Soulstorm it covers the building queue area. Here in Vanilla we don't have it. Maybe this position will be better. Hi Yoshi.
Scouts here.
In the left hand side on Meeting of Minds, to you Texta, playing Space Marines. Looks like he's gonna make 4 scouts. That's right. 4 scout opening. The most popular build in the history of Dawn of War, probably. Playing versus SeleCT. I guess I'll only say that in the first game. All the games will be played between these two, so this mention in the first game might be enough. Who's playing against who? SeleCT doing 3 Guardian opening.
How can we help?
He changed his build with time. Hello everybody, welcome.
All Eldar needs to be.
Hi Saleh, it's the first time I see you live. No problem. Thank you for coming by.
How can I help?
Force Commander out and the Farseer out for SeleCT. SeleCT, as soon as he captures a few of his points with the Guardians, will reinforce 2 squads and send them towards the Space Marines base. One of the first Eldar players to do this build through Guardians against Space Marines. Most other Eldar would do Banshees or Warp Spiders. Back in those days, of course. Here come the Guardians at harass, and they of course will aim for the scouts first. They want to take down those scouts, since they are most fragile on Space Marine early game. A nice Psychic Storm cast on the Tactical Marine squad, and even Mind War now, and the squad of Tactical Marines melts down. Farseer's guidance cast on the Guardians also. They will deal more damage for some time. Texta trying to tie both squads of Guardians in close combat so they wouldn't deal damage in range. Their close combat damage is much lower compared to their ranged, so good job in here done by Texta, fighting them in close combat. 2 more squads of Marines arrive on the battlefield, and the Force Commander is still full HP. Some damage has been done by SeleCT. He brought a third squad of Guardians in here by the look of it. No, still only 2 squads. The third squad is getting those points at home.
Today the enemy shall know fear.
Looks like the first game is gonna be quite long. We'll have a lot of games on Railway also. Those will be shorter probably. The stream might end up at around 4th, 5th hour mark. No idea yet how long it will be. 16 1v1 games, as I've said, between these 2 players. Hopefully we will not get bored. I think at least one game will be Orks versus Space Marines. Not all of them will be Eldar versus Space Marines. SeleCT gets a squad of Dark Reapers out. Good usage of the fleet of foot on the Guardians. Notice how he's trying to outrange those tactical Marines. LP2 upgraded in here. It deals pretty low damage to Space Marine infantry, as you can see. Even the scouts barely get any damage from it. And so SeleCT loses an LP2 from this counterattack from Texta. In the meantime, SeleCT captured all of his points, a critical location, and transitions to tier 2. The Soul Shrine has been placed. We can see that on Eldar. Pretty sure Texta is not going tier 2 yet. He doesn't have enough power for that. He's only placed 2 generators now. Will be behind in tech for some time. 86 to 0 income. 98 to 10 for SeleCT. 98 to 20 soon. Two generators finished here for Texta, and the armory has been placed. Hi Apache, hi Balkan. I am not sure what you mean, what is the meaning of your request, but I guess I can say hi. And whoever is watching in chat, feel free to have a chat, discuss the games. Always encouraging my viewers, especially those who watch it live, make that chat active. Feel free to have a discussion, ask questions. If the messages don't go through, try using different words. YouTube will hold messages for review sometimes. Tier 2 up in here for SeleCT. He did not lose a single squad yet. All of them alive. 3 squads of Guardians. Good combination of units. Warp Spiders, Dark Reapers, Guardians, and Farseer. Good to see this variety. From Texta, he's equipped some sniper rifles now and heavy bolters on his squads. Texta wants to engage once again, goes in with the Force Commander. He absorbs the Mind War. Good reaction time here from SeleCT, retreats immediately, realizes that's massive firepower in there from Space Marines, so he will sit back, will try to save his squads, keep them alive. A third squad of Space Marines will join the fight.
6 minutes until taking
Snipers dealing tons of damage to those Dark Reapers. SeleCT is forced to retreat once again. Hi Dan, you can find players in Soulstorm in the Steam version. I am not sure about Dawn of War Vanilla. This is Dawn of War Vanilla. The games were played in 2005. In Soulstorm there are active players, so you can try it out if you wish.
Our minds work as one.
Select loses a point to the Space Marine, does not look good for him. Although the economy is equal right now, Texta's economy will get better slowly if he will upgrade the points.
5
Second.
until take and hold victory.
Take and hold countdown, 4 Space Marines, 5 minutes to go. Select cannot just sit in his base, he will try to get out. Three squads of scouts with sniper rifles, 3 squads of Space Marines with heavy bolters. Well done here by Texta. In a close fight here, in range, I believe Texta would have more DPS on his squads, so Select is not ready to fight there yet. He knows that, so he will avoid fighting him. Instead, he might be going for a base trade. Texta will see that now, thanks to the critical location. He sees that Select gets out.
Our minds work.
Maybe Select wants to make use of that heavy cover on the top side and fight in the heavy cover. He will try to get Texta's infantry on this side. Get it away from his base. Good decision from Texta here. Builds the sacred artifact instead of the machine cult, since he's massed up so much infantry. With apothecaries it will become more powerful. 3 apothecaries attached to a squad of marines there. And each player now took down a strategic point from each other's bases. We'll have an equal map control now. Huge infantry size here. 3 squads of... no. 2 squads of Dark Reapers, and the Seer Council is now out also.
3 minutes until take and hold victory.
That's nice to see such a big variety of units from Eldar. It's very rare, unless it's Select playing them. You would mostly see warp spiders back then. Looks like Select is gonna get locked in here in the Space Marines base, but he can still exit it if he wishes. Looks like he's ready to fight. With the Seer Council and the Farseer, he can tie up 2 Space Marine squads in close combat at least. Render 2 squads of Tactical Marines useless basically, while dealing damage with most other squads. A bit of a slaughter in here. The Warlock's ability is also getting used. Entangle, I believe it is called. It stuns a squad or a commander, renders it useless for a bit of time. They cannot move at all, cannot deal any damage. A very close fight so far. The Force Commander heavily focused. He would die before the Farseer even. Both commanders have been killed. The Librarian is out now for Texta. This looks like a close fight here. Still not clear who's gonna win this. Now the Librarian enables the Word of the Emperor, and I believe Eldar will have to retreat eventually. At least while this ability is enabled. Hi, Pro Fat, welcome.
1 minute until
Only 1 minute until taken hold. Select must decap a point right now, or lose within 40 seconds. I think he can decap with this squad of Guardians this point. Texta's army, all of it in the middle. So yeah, he can easily decap this point, no threat in there. Librarian and the scouts, Texta wants to take the squad down, he will not get there in time. SeleCT will manage to decap the point and stop the taken hold. This is what Texta sees, he lost a strategic point at the top side of his base. And the taken hold has been stopped. Eldar's economy right now a bit higher. SeleCT wants to go in once again with a new Farseer out. Will cast the Psychic Storm. And he's in a better position this time, sits in the heavy cover while the Marines sit on the high ground. Much better when you sit in the heavy cover. With just one squad of Guardians, a squad of Dark Reapers and Warp Spiders, looks like this bunch of Marines are gonna lose the fight. They get tied up by the Farseer in close combat, a squad lost morale. Pretty intensive game so far, a lot of action. A new Force Commander is here and the Librarian. Cannot sit in this fight now. With these scary commanders around, SeleCT has to retreat once again. A bit of back and forth. The first Brightlands platform is out, SeleCT hits tier 3 and goes for the support portal.
Faith is our shield.
I stand ready.
Apothecary here.
One mistake I notice in here from Space Marines, he refuses to upgrade the listening posts. With this income, he will not manage to sustain the fights. As soon as his units will start dying, and they will soon I believe, with the coming of the Fire Prisms and tier 3 optics, his units will start to die. He will need a higher economy for being able to reinforce the squads. We'll hold position here in the heavy cover for now. And SeleCT will also sit back in the base. Support portal was not finished, although it was started a few minutes ago. Probably misclicked. Now this bunch of Marines looks scary. No chance for this Eldar to have a good fight in here. SeleCT will have to retreat and sit back. He will need Fire Prisms, I think, to disrupt those Marines and deal some damage. He's only got tier 1 squads. They might have those tier 3 upgrades now. But even with the tier 3 upgrades, it feels like the Marines are stronger anyway, right now. The Word of the Emperor gets enabled once again on the Librarian, very good to use it during the engagement, so you can get closer without losing all of your squads. Get closer to the Eldar and fight. It lasts for about 10 to 15 seconds. Good job by SeleCT, realizes he cannot win this fight and moves back. Good decision making. So far so good for Space Marines, looks like he's dominating right now. However, his economy is still lower. A Brightlands harassing here in the Space Marine base wants to take down the stronghold. It will take a while if he wants to really succeed with that. Would be better to just focus the listening posts. Good usage of the Dark Reapers, keeping the range at all times. Commander and the Librarian will tank into them, want to tie them up in close combat. The right thing to do in this situation. A Wraith Lord gets out for select, not even a Fire Prism. Select ready to go in. He should be going into that squad, tie it up. The one with the missile launcher equipped. Warp Spiders will jump in for tying up a squad of Marines, not even for dealing the damage in range. Warp Spiders would get killed quickly by the Space Marines. A good engagement with the Wraith Lord has a unit to tank some damage with. Librarian is a problem. As soon as the Force Commander and the Librarian will go down, I believe Select can hold and make a comeback. Maybe perform a counter-attack. A new Wraith Lord gets out. Dark Reapers with tier 3 optics, I assume, dealing tons of damage. However, they are quite squishy. As soon as they get focused, Select has to run back. Try to keep that range. 2 more aspect portals have been placed. Select needs production buildings. 74 to 30 income against 69 to 30, and look at that. During this time, the Brightness platform managed to destroy that stronghold in the Space Marine base. Texta didn't bother to produce anything at home. Even a squad of scouts with plasma probably would have dealt with it. A mistake from Texta. Shouldn't have allowed that. Maybe he didn't even notice. In here, Select trying hard to hold. 2 Wraith Lords now full HP will be a problem. They will tie up the Marines in close combat. That means Texta will have less damage dealing units. They're also losing morale quickly from the Wraith Lords. Only 2 squads of infantry in here left for Select, and 2 Wraith Lords, a squad of Guardians and a squad of Dark Reapers. This will not be enough to kill all of these Marines. He will need more Dark Reapers, I think. High up here. Today we are watching only Select versus Texta. Mostly Space Marines versus Eldar. So far so good, this game looks nice. A lot of back and forth, action packed, just what we need. A Wraith Lord easily now will be destroyed by this bunch of Marines. The other one has been destroyed. Now Select better make sure not to send them one by one. He has to attack with everything at once. He also seems to have forgotten about his brightness in the Space Marine base. Almost equal economy. Over 1k bank for Texta. 1 power, doesn't have a machine cult to get rid of it.
The burden of leadership lies with us.
Overall, I think Select's macro was better this game. He upgraded more strategic points, more listening shrines, I mean 3 LP2s up currently. Texta still without LP2s. Well, he was without LP2s for the first 15 to 20 minutes. He upgraded them very late, only these 2. were upgraded recently, I guess. The Bright Lands platform here might be winning the game alone in there for a SeleCT. The bunch of Marines in here still seem unstoppable. Finally, Texta will take down his opponent's stronghold as well. And now SeleCT economy will get much lower, 47 to 30 against 62 to 30. No time to give up, however. Once again, Texta will engage with the Word of the Emperor ability. SeleCT gets inside the webpay gate, does not even think of fighting. 2 Wraith Lords in the Space Marines base now as well. This will end up in a base trade. Very interesting. I am glad I can be useful at least with that pair. I guess the sleeping cat on my main YouTube account means something also. You're not the only one who falls asleep while watching my streams, I think. So the sleeping cat in there probably fits nicely. Texta in here will be easily taking down these Eldar buildings now. SeleCT does not want to fight in there, he cannot win this fight. The Marines are too fat, Dark Reapers cannot outrange them. SeleCT decides to rebuild and just proceed with the base trade. Rebuilds on the left hand side. And what about Texta? He took control of a strategic point on the Eldar's base, only got the chapel barracks left now, and he places a stronghold just in time, so he's not getting annihilated. SeleCT already found it and will try to take it down. Very interesting base trade, no idea who's gonna win in this base trade. I believe Texta can win if he will just sit in here and defend his stronghold. With 2-3 squads it might be enough for defense. And send the remaining army into SeleCT on the left. Try to take him down.
How can I serve?
The future is clouded and uncertain.
The time for war is nigh.
SeleCT rebuilding webpay gates around the map. He's also taking control of strategic points on the enemy side. He's only left with 2 webpay gates and an aspect portal on the left hand side of the map. They can be taken down pretty quickly. It's only a matter of time until Texta will find them. From Texta only the strongholds. Economy almost equal for now. Hi Alex.
What are your needs?
I think he's got a few missile launchers.
The fallen shall be forever remembered.
Yeah, we have 1 missile launcher on this squad. He had more, but he lost the armory, and some marines have been killed. Probably only 1 missile launcher left. Well, he can also deal damage to vehicles with that force commander with the hammer. Deals good damage. Wraith Lords are full, but only 2 Wraith Lords. They can easily be taken down by this amount of marines, even without anti-vehicle weapons. Now that's a bad move in here from Select. Goes in with the Farseer, she gets stunned and will die in there. He will also rebuild the HQ on the left hand side. Is this even finished? The stronghold seems finished for Texta. He's got decent income now, 62 to 0. Only 42 to 0 for Select. I don't see how he can win this now if he's waiting. The only chance for Select to win this is to sneak into here, maybe from the top left towards the lower right, and take down this stronghold while Texta's army is away. This Wraith Lord looks moves so slowly in the heavy cover. It's the first time I see this in vanilla Dawn of War. I think vehicles are not so heavily affected by the cover. They should be moving faster. In Soulstorm and Dark Crusade, in vanilla it probably worked differently. They moved very slowly. Yeah, I think this is the end of Select here. Nothing for him left to deal with this bunch of Marines. Again, he will try for a base trade. Probably a mistake from Texta to send all of his units towards the left.
The burden of leadership lies with us.
No more base trading from Texta. He will go back and defend. And I think he's doing a good decision. He changes his mind in the middle. Will only send the commanders to defend. Maybe this will be enough even. Very low HP on that platform.
Fear the judgment of the council.
Yes, most beneficent one.
He who stands with me shall be my brother.
Looks like the commander got stunned right now. He still can shoot, but he probably misses most of the time when under the entanglement. Nice LP2 build up in there. 4 LP2s now upgraded. Texta basically fully recovered from that HQ loss early. Recovered much faster. Select should have massed more Dark Reapers, I think. And definitely some Fire Prisms were necessary, I guess. Difficult to deal with such a marine mass without Fire Prisms. And even with the Fire Prisms, if you have enough anti-vehicle equipped on the Space Marines, they will take them down. A lot of people complained about Fire Prisms back then, but they weren't such a big deal, I think. All the races have counter to the Fire Prisms. Maybe Orks have a bit of a struggle, but once they have 2 or 3 tank buster squads out, the Fire Prisms can be taken down. And then you can also equip rocket launchers on the boys, on any shooter boy squads or slugger boy squads. Stronghold goes down once again for Texta. That was unexpected. Don't tell me now Texta is gonna lose this. A big chunk of his army is on the left hand side. Can he get here in time and defend the barrack and the armory? Good focus on the servitors. If all the servitors will get killed, that means Texta cannot rebuild. All of them will go down in here right now. No servitors left for Space Marines. Texta again being able to equip missile launchers and will take down those Wraith Lords easily. That's about it, I guess. Only the aspect portal and a gate left for SeleCT in the lower left hand side of the map. Texta knows where he is. They will play a bit of cat and mouse in here, probably time to speed this up. SeleCT is dead, most likely. I will slow it down once the action begins.
Shall I divine your next move?
For the Emperor.
Thank you, Sergio, for your feedback. Appreciated. Another base trade attempt in here from SeleCT. Where did he rebuild this time? On the top position. They really do try hard in here. These were games played in auto match. Both of them were around 2k MMR, very high up in the ladder, and it seems they matched against each other a lot, about 16 times in a few days, in 2-3 days, back in March 2005. So we'll see a lot of these two today. I wonder what the end result will be. The score should be pretty close. Hopefully I am not wrong. I don't want one-sided games, especially in this matchup. Good to see Texta can compete against the top Eldar with Space Marines. Okay, let's speed this up. This is over, definitely. Almost 40 minutes, 39 minutes in the first 1v1 game. I believe the remaining ones will be much shorter. And I will have around 5-7 games on Railway. Those should be pretty short, considering the matchup. Pretty good one for the starts. Not one-sided. Nice base trades, nice fights. Space Marines coming on top on Meeting of Minds. Matchup looked much better for Space Marines in vanilla. Okay, this was the one we watched. Next one on Fallen City. I guess the players also were somewhat surprised that they only match against each other. That's because they were very close in MMR score against each other.
Here to serve.
When you have a proper working ladder system, it only matches you against opponents of the same rank. You cannot play against opponents of lower ranks or very higher ranks compared to you. The MMR has to be close.
Scouts ready.
So it turned out these two matched against each other a lot back then. In the right hand side, Space Marines, Texta once again opens with 4 scouts, no generator. In the left hand side, same build from SeleCT, 3 squads of Guardians. And as soon as he captures 1 point with the first 2 squads of Guardians, he will send them on harass along with the Farseer. The remaining squad would continue capturing the points.
I await your instructions.
Nice one, he probably will kill this servitor. Well done. Some damage has been done already.
Yes, Lord.
Good job by Texta taking these strategic points quickly and already finished building them. Very well done. SeleCT is surprised.
Take the battle to the enemy. Take the battle to the enemy.
Here probably he won't even bother to decap this point. He has to micro. One of the best micro I've seen on the Guardians in Dawn of War 1. Runs into a bunch of scouts with these Guardians and starts fighting. Texta is not stupid, however, he will send the scouts in close combat and deny those Guardians the ranged damage, while the Force Commander will try to follow the Farseer and kill her in close combat. Good focus from the scouts, good focus from the tactical Space Marines. A squad of Guardians losing morale. SeleCT has to retreat. I am not sure if this aggression earlier was worth it. But what SeleCT is also doing by being so aggressive, he does not allow the scouts to go into his side of the map and harass, decap early. I guess it's better like that.
Answer the call.
To take the initiative and attack first. Keep the scouts and tactical marines at home. Don't let them get out. He will not bother with the relic, and now he will attack with all 3 squads of Guardians and the Farseer. Texta in the meantime took control of all the strategic points and will take a critical location now.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
Guardian squad, ready.
Some smoke coming off the ground here. The city has fallen. Probably days ago. There's still smoke coming out of the ground. It's fresh. I will be replaying Dawn of War Vanilla campaign on my main channel on the live stream. I think that will happen once I am done with the patch 1.2 replays. In the patch 1.3 maybe I will play it. Thank you for the box spear. I am not sure what it means, but thank you very much. Texta decides to go into attack with the commander will tank into that LP2. As I have mentioned multiple times before, the Eldar's LP2 does not deal a lot of damage. Usually if you want to upgrade it for economy, better to upgrade those which are deeper into your base. You can't really defend with an Eldar LP2. I am not sure if that one paid off. No idea when it was upgraded. Select hits tier 2 in the meantime, and he will now lose 2 points to Texta. The relic getting decapped, and this point also has been decapped. Another LP2 here upgraded. Now with this bunch of units to cover in here, it might be defendable. Also a very well positioned support platform. And the Force Commander goes down. He probably absorbed both the Mind War and the Psychic Storm from that Farseer.
The enemy position.
No power income still from Texta. Only now he placed the first generator. Will be on 86 to 10 income soon. Select sits on 74 to 10. Again, a lot of back and forth. I love it. Pretty intense so far.
We are the Destroyer's agents on this plane.
We stand ready.
Without a Force Commander, Texta decides to fall back. Not comfortable now with raw Space Marines fighting a tier 2 infantry on the Eldar's base. That can be too risky. One good engagement from Select could kill all these Marines. I have seen Select do that to Fear in one of the previous streams. With his current army size, it's probably not possible, but if it increases, it can be a huge threat for those unupgraded Marines. Good usage of the Farseer. Select always uses it to scout the map also, not just in fights. I think the Eldar players in Soulstorm can learn a lot from these old games. Not the builds or how to micro, but some game details, some decisions which are being done in here from Select, which could help them, I think. Some minor details like that which can change the game in the long run. The Warp Spiders come in. Warp Spiders perfect option against scouts. Heavy bolters now have been equipped on the Tactical Marine squads. The armory is up somewhere, I don't see it yet. Oh, here it is. And once again Texta goes in. The Force Commander is full, a new Force Commander. The Farseer has been killed, unfortunately. Hi, Martin. Yeah, feel free to rewatch later whatever you missed in the stream. All of my streams are free, available on YouTube. I don't hide them. And I do not delete them if I lose games.
What is your order? What is your order? Ever vigilant.
Still full HP on this commander. The snipers receive the scouts receive some sniper rifles. 86 to 20 income. Now Texta should be a bit faster with economy upgrades, I think, would make him a better player probably. He is heavily investing into infantry. It probably matters a lot to get as much infantry as possible early, otherwise I don't get it. He prioritizes massing up infantry and probably upgrading it instead of doing a more balanced approach of both infantry and economy. But if he would upgrade the LP2s, that means he would have a lower infantry size, so maybe it's better like that. Probably safer in the early stages of the game for sure, but in the long run it might play to his disadvantage, not making use of those upgraded LP2s. Later on they start decaying, so if you upgrade them later they don't pay off so quickly. Half HP down for the Force Commander, somehow SeleCT still deals some damage to it. With the Dark Reapers and probably the Mind War. Still sitting on 3 strategic points, only 1 is upgraded. Now I am not sure if he can make a comeback. Tier 2 up in here for Texta. If Texta doesn't want to upgrade the LP2s, one other thing he can do is to get all the critical locations on the map. Getting 3 critical locations is like having 1 upgraded LP2. Really worth it, making a squad of scouts and capturing them. Again, Texta will amass mostly Space Marine squads. 4 squads of tactical marines. One more point down for SeleCT, and I think he's gonna overextend this like in the previous game. Or maybe win this with some genius micro, we'll find out soon. For now it looks terrible. Looks like the Force Commander is gonna get killed soon. Next time the Mind War recharges, the Force Commander probably will go down. Psychic Stormcast. A Marine with a bolter equipped getting killed. And for some reason now Texta wants to retreat. He brings his 4th squad of Marines in here. SeleCT being very careful with the micro. He's got 3 squads of Dark Reapers. No, still 2 squads. A bit difficult to observe in here because of these pipes. Hopefully you can see it clearly.
We stand ready.
The Seer Council squad is out for SeleCT. A resilient squad against ranged combat firepower. A bit of a miscontrol on the Dark Reapers. I guess SeleCT is about to give up in here. I don't see what he can do to stop this bunch of Marines. Finally the Mind War has been cast and the commander goes down. 2 squads of Dark Reapers nicely outranging the bunch of Marines. Even if SeleCT kills all of these Marines, I am not sure if he can win the game. But everything is possible. 2 squads of Dark Reapers alive if they get reinforced nicely. Look at that, he runs into the middle of the Marines and then stops and starts shooting during Texta's retreat. This is sick. Don't tell me SeleCT is gonna win this. I don't believe that. Keeps chasing the Marines with both the Farseer. Now if only Texta would have had an LP2 in here upgraded, would be perfect to take down that Farseer. A bit of a messy micro on the Dark Reapers now. They had to get closer and keep following those tactical squads. 86 to 20 income still for Texta. He refuses to upgrade economy. He invests everything in infantry. As a result, he starts floating on power a bit. Cannot make use of power unless you upgrade LP2s or produce vehicles. Good focus on the Dark Reapers from the heavy bolters. Dark Reapers having extremely high DPS to Marines. Look at that. They melt from that firepower. Nothing to stop the Seer Council. This is almost unbelievable. He looked like he's gonna die in there when Texta pushed him. Never gives up. Will retake the points now. And the economy difference is not so high. Soon SeleCT economy will get even higher, probably. Back to normal. Farseer not attached to the Seer Council yet. SeleCT decides to retreat. Pretty nice back and forth 1v1, probably even better than the previous one. I don't really like base trades. In this game they mostly fought against each other, and it was good.
The time for
I
war
knew
is
you would
now.
have need of me.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
Economy decay here, starting for Texta, what I mentioned earlier. If he starts upgrading the LP2s now, they will pay off more slowly. Texta decides to go in once again with a bunch of Marines. Now SeleCT will also bring the Guardians into the fight. 2 squads of Guardians with upgraded plasma grenades, and the Marines simply will melt down. The commander has been stunned by the Warlock. Still nothing to kill the Seer Council effectively. They are very resilient against bolters and plasma. Even if they lose that morale, their job is to tie up the squads in close combat, not to deal the damage. Gets his squads closer. And looks like this time Texta will lose most of his infantry for good. No force commander around. Got killed. Psychic Storm gets cast, deals damage over time. Even if the squads get out of the area, they will still receive the damage. Texta says GG. Acknowledges SeleCT's mastery on the Eldar. Definitely impressive game. I thought SeleCT would lose for sure. No way. Most of Texta's squads get killed in the end. He was left with 2 squads of Marines.
Yes, my lord.
Would have done nothing, and with this economy he wouldn't be able to recover quick. 70 income. Very nice game. So 2 games running into a 1 hour mark now on the stream. Pretty good games, I think. This one was very close. Definitely both of them deserving top 2, I guess, in the ladder back then. The score now tied 1-1. Very well done. Okay, time for game 3. I think I will make a short break. after the second hour mark, something like that. Game 3 played on Battle Marshes. No maps being repeated yet. All the games will be unique. It will get repetitive when we get to the railway games. They played a bunch of games on that map, so it might be a bit repetitive later on. For now, we're good.
All Eldar must answer the call.
At your command.
4 squads of scouts from Texta, the same opening in all the games. And 3 guardians from SeleCT. Same builds, all 3 games, from both players. Look at that. SeleCT expecting scout harass, he sends the guardians on the left. Expecting harass from the left hand side. Once the Farseer is out, SeleCT is gonna send his 3 squads into the Space Marines base. The remaining guardians should be getting this point, this one, and then a relic perhaps. Texta asks if he's gonna go for the Banshees. No way. No need for Banshees when guardians work so well. Idling a bit with the squad and overlooking there. Will act now. Probably not the best kept order here from the Eldar. He should have prioritized this point, maybe. Or maybe the idling in here with that squad of guardians was planned in fact. In case the scouts would get in here to decap, guardians will deal some damage. Might have been planned. A bit of scouting here in the Space Marine base, found the servitors. Decided not to go in there, it might be too risky. If he gets surrounded and locked in this corner, it could be game over. So he will not do that yet. The Tactical Marine squad is here and it will absorb the Psychic Storm. The Psychic Storm alone will drop the squad to below half HP. And then they also absorbed the Mind War. Very well done. Good usage of the abilities. Farseer gets stunned. And she loses half HP on the retreat. Good catch in here from Texta. Will force SeleCT to retreat. Two LP2s have been upgraded. The outer ones. If SeleCT will have infantry to defend them at both sides, it will be fine, I guess. Has to make sure he doesn't lose them early. He's also bringing the Bone Singers, getting prepared for an attack on this side. He knows Texta is here, he sees one of his marine squads, it's visible. Texta decides to go in. In most games he's the one to start the big fights mostly. SeleCT is aggressive early, very early on in the game, and then he's switching to a more defensive playstyle until the Dark Reapers come out. The Bone Singer's getting killed, the LP2 will go down. Very low DPS from it, probably killed a scout or a space marine. And most likely didn't pay off. It's too expensive on power. 74-0 income for Space Marines. Texta now controls both relics. A critical location, but he doesn't have the point on the left of his base. Keeps pushing. The Force Commander absorbs the Mind War. Nice focus fire on the Farseer, might get her killed. Yeah, the Farseer will go down. Most likely the Commander will also die. The Dark Reapers, the Guardians, might be able to take him down unless Texta will attach it to a squad. No attachment from Texta, he decides to go in, tie up those Dark Reapers in close combat. That will kill the Force Commander. SeleCT does not want to get close in there, too risky. The DPS from the scouts is insane here in vanilla, so he will keep the range. Gets a bit closer with the Dark Reapers. And targets a squad of Marines. Even without the optics, Dark Reapers dealing high damage to all this infantry. The aspect portal will go down, but it's not a big loss, I guess, for SeleCT. It's quite cheap. In vanilla, probably the cheapest barrack. Although you have to research the stone add-ons, so after that it becomes more expensive. Once the stones are researched. Most of the Marines in here are getting killed. Texta shouldn't have stayed in this fight. He had to retreat right away, but even if he started to retreat, SeleCT can catch him on retreat and kill most of his units anyway, so probably wouldn't matter. The Marines will die now. Texta desperately needs a Force Commander. He probably can afford it, maybe it will get out soon.
Awaiting orders.
Chases the Marine squad, probably will get killed eventually by the Dark Reapers. Or maybe not, I almost forgot about the setup time on Dark Reapers, about 2 seconds. Reducing the setup time to 1 second or half a second might be perfect. 2 seconds is too much. Two LP2s up for SeleCT in the base. Acceptable income. If he keeps the infantry squads alive, it's not bad. Can even go tier 2 now, and he will. Soul Shrine has been placed. A new commander is out, and Texta will go towards the left hand side of the map and attack, maybe in this position now. Still a good place to attack. You've got light cover in here. If you get in the light cover, you receive less damage from the ranged weapons.
The random hand of fate delivers me to you.
Finally, some LP2s up for Texta. Only one LP2 for now. And Texta decides to go in now with 3 squads of Space Marines. A fully reinforced scout squad. Goes too deep with that Force Commander, however, I think. Goes deep into the Eldar's base. Might get punished for that. No heavy bolters, however, equipped on the Space Marines. I think SeleCT can fight easily. He's being very cautious, I see. Or maybe he's waiting for the optics or armor upgrade, might well be. Mind War has been cast on the Force Commander. Maybe he wants to decrease more of the Force Commander's HP and then go in. Or just attack during Texta's retreat. This might be the plan. We'll chase the Marines a bit. Armory is up, that means heavy bolters will be equipped and maybe some sniper rifles on the scouts. Two squads of Guardians from SeleCT alive, two squads of Dark Reapers and a full HP on the Farseer. They will sit back for a while. Three LP2s up now from Texta. Well done. Smaller size on the infantry, however. Will delay his attacks. Looks like the big slaughter is about to begin in here. SeleCT upgraded the plasma grenades on the Guardians now. They disrupt the squads. Work similarly like the frag grenades. The squad in here also got stunned by the entanglement from a Warlock. Once SeleCT's ability recharge, he's ready to go in and attack. He will definitely win this fight. The Force Commander will go down faster. The Farseer will go down, but she paid off. She killed the Commander, that was her job. Time to go in. Not sure if he can fight under this LP2, however. A squad of Assault Marines comes out from Texta. Taking down the LP2 might be good, and then a fight after that. That will not be possible just yet. Too much firepower in here, and also the Assault Marines will be a problem. Eldar will retreat. No relic under control for SeleCT. 80 to 30 income against 98 to 20 for Texta.
At your command,
Scouts ready.
heresy grows from idleness.
We walk our path. We walk our path.
Until a new Farseer comes out, SeleCT will simply stay back in the heavy cover. He feels great in there. On the other hand, Texta will move towards the right hand side. Maybe we'll take the second relic again.
Yes, my lord.
He will take it with the squad of Assault Marines. Not bad. After capturing that position, they can quickly jump into the fight after that with their jumps. Scouts will be slower on that part. The Seer Council is out for SeleCT. He has no idea that a bunch of Marines is on the right hand side of the map. Don't tell me this will end up in another base trade. I don't want to see it. Marines would take ages to get on this side and fight the Eldar, so of course Texta will go in and do some base damage, some economic damage to Eldar probably. Won't be getting in here to fight, no need to bother with that. Texta in here will be losing the LP2, the relic will get decaptured, and 2 generators will go down. Assault Marines cancelled the capture on the relic. They will jump in and deal some damage to that Eldar base faster. No need to wait. Do it now while the Eldar is not at home. SeleCT decides to go back into his base and defend. These units from Space Marines deal a lot more damage quick, so a base trade is not gonna work in here without Bright Lances and Wraith Lords or Fire Prisms. SeleCT has to get back home and defend. Maybe he will even manage to win. Nasty float in here from Texta, only 79 income, 700 float. He's fully invested micro-wise in this fight, cannot macro at home. SeleCT doing very well so far. I think he can win the fight in here. The Seer Council is unstoppable, nothing can kill it. I believe you would need around 5 land speeders maybe to deal some damage to these. Or maybe some Hellfire Dreadnoughts to both deal damage and disrupt the squad. Otherwise, look at that now. During the retreat, SeleCT can simply chase the Marines and kill them while they retreat. Almost impossible to retreat from an Eldar attack. You cannot escape if you don't have a Rhino. The Rhinos almost never were used in vanilla. It took ages until a squad gets inside a Rhino. But against Eldar it's probably a good idea to use them. Even if only one squad fits in, and if it takes some time to get in, you can at least run away from these highly mobile Eldar squads, which can chase your infantry and kill it, making it almost impossible to retreat from a bad fight. More than half of Texta's army getting killed during the retreat, I believe. And even now that he's back and home, probably cannot stop the Eldar. Dark Reapers dealing too high damage. Farseer still green. A squad of Assault Marines jump in, making SeleCT's life a bit more difficult. A plasma grenade gets cast into that Assault Marine squad, deals a ton of damage, disrupts the squad and kills it. Well done. Texta is impressed, and so I am. Really well done. I was impressed by SeleCT's game in the previous Expert Clash stream. So today I decided, since I have so many games between these two, just let's make it a SeleCT versus Texta video. And it will last only 3 games into the stream for now. 1 hour and 20 minutes. That's right, iPatchy. As soon as the Space Marine starts losing the fight, they can't really retreat from the Eldar units. Because of the fleet of foot, they can be chased so easily. Very well done micro-wise by the Eldar, I have to say. I haven't seen such play style on the Eldar in Soulstorm in over a decade. And I think such a thing can be done, even in Soulstorm. It's completely a different meta, however, so I probably do not have to compare the games. Still very nice style to observe. tech-wise was almost the same probably. Both of them tier 2 in the end. Or maybe Texta was still tier 1. Anyways, no vehicles, only infantry. Maybe with more assault marines there's a chance to stop that. Really difficult to say what Space Marine could have done better. If he produces more assault marines, they can still get disrupted and stunned by the Guardians. That's a problem. That was a nice micro focused mostly comeback. Select was on a lower economy the entire game, I think. Next game on Deadman's Crossing. Usually we get really long games on this map. Hopefully this won't be too long. I do not want to split this series into 2 parts. I want to cover all the games in this stream. Hopefully it will fit in 4 or 5 hours. Four squads of scouts from Texta, once again the same builds on both sides probably. Love it or hate it, Jim, we have to live with it. It was part of the map pool in Dawn of War Vanilla, and I assume all of these games were played in auto match. Players cannot select a map when they play in auto match, and they cannot select their opponent. That's the most fun part about playing in auto match. You never know against what faction you will match against, what player, what map. And the good thing is you get an opponent of around the same level, the same skill basically. Warp Spider's fast this time from Select. He actually adjusts the build based on the map, I see. And oh boy, they paid off big time. In this game already killed 2 squads of scouts very quickly. The 3rd scout squad goes in close combat, probably will get killed eventually, gets reinforced. Problem is the force commander will not allow these Warp Spiders to finish off the 3rd squad. Anyway, very well done. It worked well. I guess it's a risky start, but when it works, makes it worth it. Even if the Warp Spiders are so expensive.
At your command.
Guardian squad ready.
3 squads of Guardians and a squad... No, 2 squads of Guardians and a squad of Warp Spiders. Select decides to jump back. Can't fight an enemy commander with the Warp Spiders. It's impossible. They mostly deal decent amount of damage to infantry. A low infantry and medium infantry. Against heavy infantry and commanders they deal almost close to 0 damage. Not effective at all. So Select now will have to wait until he can fight again. He will need either more Warp Spiders or some support from reinforced Guardians, Dark Reapers, or maybe even Bunches. Nice usage of the Mind War and Psychic Storm in the negative cover. Almost kills a squad of Space Marines. Well cast. Only one member left in the squad. Texta reinforces them. Good job with that. Where is that force commander? The force commander on the lower position of the map manages to take down a squad of guardians. That was painful. And cancels this capture from SeleCT on the relic. Good job. In the meantime, Texta's economy 85 to 10. Against 86 to 34 Eldar. SeleCT getting higher economy also. With this good start. Not a very good position here on the generators. He upgraded both LP2s, however, so they are well protected at least. The LP2s cover each other as well as the generators, so not bad in this case. What do you mean up here? I can see the super chats, of course. Thank you very much again for that gift box. I will check it out. I will make sure to make good use of these €2. Most of the donations I get on YouTube goes into PC upgrades, so you're not wasting money, I guess, if you donate. I will try to increase the quality on the streams. I am thinking about an upgrade to stream in 4K. For that I will need a 4K monitor and a more powerful PC.
My faith is my shield.
It probably will take a while until I can afford that. For now I will stick with the current setup. It's not bad. 1 second. Hi again, Yoshi.
At your command. At your command.
Three squads of tactical marines in here from Texta. The armory is up. Force commander full HP. He sits and runs through the negative cover, however, has to be careful. Whenever you're in the negative cover, be ready for an unexpected assault on your infantry. If that happens, you have to be very fast with reactions.
We have mastered the art of destruction. We are the demons
Strike quickly
of
while
death.
our enemy slumbers. The time for war is nigh.
The Seer Council is out. I like it about SeleCT. He's trying to prioritize the Seer Council, knowing that Texta is massing a lot of ranged unit squads. The Seer Council will come in handy for sure in the next fights.
Scouts awaiting orders.
Yes, my lord. Heresy grows from idleness. We stand ready.
And Texta once again will transition into tier 2.5 through Sacred Artifact. I love it. I have mentioned in the previous streams and even asking myself, why don't they just build that Sacred Artifact when they mass infantry? Texta is one of the first, one of the few to do that now. I like it. If you mass infantry like that, you do need to support them with the apothecaries, with the librarians, Word of the Emperor ability. They synergize very well in fights. And then after that, if you can afford, you can also add vehicles. Select jumps in with a bone singer. He wants to scout the area and see what's in there awaiting for him.
We walk our path. The time for war is now.
Today the enemy shall know fear.
The fallen shall be forever remembered as the Emperor's finest. Beware.
The slaughter begins, and it does not look good for Space Marines. Two of his squads getting tied up by the Seer Council and the Farseer. Now a squad even gets stuck. A warp spiders jumped into them, blocked the path a bit, and they couldn't properly retreat. Some nice damage has been done in this fight by the Eldar.
Hold victory.
Solid execution, good engagement. No LP2s in here for Texta. Selects probably will continue fighting, no need to go back.
This day shall be a glorious one for the Imperium.
In vanilla Dawn of War that might be the case. Yoshi, they seem more squishy in Dawn of War vanilla. In Soulstorm I think they are fine. But they are okay if you attach them to a squad. And if the squad has a double Bionics armor upgrade, I think they are worth it. They provide regen. Look at the regen rate on the Apothecary. It's very high. So it's worth producing them, I think. A full squad of Dark Reapers here gets stunned by the Force Commander. Interesting. A full squad can get stunned by the Commander. Now this was well managed by Texta. He managed to kill more than half of Select's infantry, I guess. Only the Seer Council left in here. Warp Spiders and the Farseer now also get stunned. And finished off by Texta. Nicely done. Most of the Marines are alive. Yeah, Spectre, I think you're right. I also mentioned that at the start of the game. Warp Spiders mostly good against low infantry, medium infantry a bit. But now with the Apothecaries on the Space Marine squads, Warp Spiders almost deal no damage to them. They simply regenerate quickly.
How can I serve?
Quickly.
So Dark Reapers and Guardians bunches would be more welcomed in vanilla against Space Marines. Tier 2 up for Select a long time ago now.
Awaiting orders. The battlefield awaits.
A new Librarian is out. Force Commander still feels good
Today the enemy shall know
in green HP range. And 4 Apothecaries now out once again from Texta. I am not sure why Select built a Web Ray Gate in here and even built support platforms. They will be taken down super easily by the missile launchers. Oh, I see, they actually deal some morale damage. Look at that. The upgraded support platform deals morale damage. Now I didn't know that. I mean, I knew that they deal some morale damage, but not that high. I think it dropped the morale of a squad in one hit. That was sick. Good income here for Select, 104 to 30. Equal economy actually. 105 to 30 for Texta. Sometimes the income bugs out. Texta's income should have been 104, not 105. Not sure about the randomness on this thing. Also sometimes you get 91 income instead of 92. A minor bug, not a big deal. And it has nothing to do with the resource decay, as it happens early in the game, before the 15th minute. The Librarian Words of the Emperor is here. Texta feels confident and he will engage nice smite on the warp spiders. Smite and the vanilla Dawn of War mostly disrupts the squads, deals a low amount of damage. And looks bad for Select, he cannot kill all this bunch of marines here. The commander is still green, Librarian is full. Select will need some godlike micro to get out of this, but no, he will simply give up. GG gets called. Well done. And the score gets tied up 2-2, I guess now. 2 wins for Texta, 2 wins for Select. Correct me if I'm wrong. I hope I did not lose track of the score. Somewhat one-sided in the end. Still, feels like the Warp Spiders' investment overall wasn't worth it. They were fine in the first 2 minutes in the game. They killed 2 squads of scouts quickly. After that they became obsolete. Really useless in this matchup. Investing in upgraded Guardians and more Dark Reapers would be a lot better, for sure. I keep alt-tabbing when to prepare the next games, but I have all of them prepared in here already. Spectre, he needed the Seer Council to tie up the Marines in close combat, not to deal the damage, but just deny them from dealing the damage in range. That's the reason, I think. It worked very well in the previous games for Select. Next one, once again on Meeting of Minds. I hope the games will not be repeated. I checked most of them quickly to make sure I do not have duplicated games. So all of them should be unique. Hi, Gary. Yeah, people still play Dawn of War 1. It's mostly Soulstorm at the moment. You can check it in Steam. It's pretty active in Steam, but there are downsides currently in the multiplayer. You don't have a working ladder, no auto-match working, no ladder system, and a few other issues which I do not want to mention in this stream. You can still have a ton of fun with friends in Soulstorm and even Dark Crusade if you wish. Might be worth it. It is not the same game, thankfully. Select does a different opening, only 2 Guardians this time. In the previous game on Meeting of Minds, he opened through 3 squads of Guardians.
I await your instructions.
I think I've got the sound bug.
This day shall
No.
be a glorious one for the
Sometimes when you click on the units, they do not respond. If they do not respond all the time, it's the sound bug. This is how the issue is called.
Beneficent one.
Not the case in this game, thankfully. Select is gonna scout Texta's base here with the Farseer.
What would you have me do?
We'll avoid that commander, no need to get close. Seer Council was good at first, in the first version of Vanilla I think. After that it got nerfed. It got nerfed in patch 1.1 or 1.2, something like that. This is patch 1.2. Currently,
Random hand of fate delivers
in a few streams from now, we'll get to patch 1.3. Cannot wait for that. But I can live with that, I guess. Even the games on patch 1.2 are pretty good. Fun to watch.
Walk softly and carry a big gun.
Some scout harassing here from Texta also being performed. SeleCT being very cautious with his guardians, they can get killed by a bunch of scouts quick. He's also adding the warp spiders. A questionable choice at this point, maybe because he saw this bunch of scouts. Might well be, and he will take down quickly a full squad of scouts. Well done. Good jump once again. We'll finish off another scout squad. Yeah, they were definitely worth it. 2 full squads of scouts eliminated. The Farseer gets trapped in here by a bunch of marines, surrounded and killed by the commander. Well executed by Texta. Now, how do you stop this bunch of marines and a green commander, full HP 1? Without a Farseer and without Dark Reapers, I am not sure. Thankfully, SeleCT's economy is pretty good, so he maybe should be able to hold. A new Farseer might be coming out. He's also bringing Bone Singers to repair the LP2. Very well done. Will not hesitate to use the repair. Scouts being annoying, tying up the warp spiders. Non-stop production on the Bone Singers in the headquarters from SeleCT, bringing them to this LP2 to repair. Good decision. Definitely worth it. The LP2 keeps that force commander busy. It's worth repairing it for that alone. And the new Farseer is also out. Looks holdable for the Eldar. A full squad of warp spiders also. Guardians dealing a bit of damage. The LP2 damage to the commander though. It's been shooting at the commander for about 2 minutes probably. Well over 1 minute for sure, and it dealt like 300 damage. Plus also the Guardians focusing the commander. Really low damage from this Listening Shrine upgrade. Finally, the 3rd squad of scouts has been killed by the warp spiders. And this will be a success for Eldar. He will manage to hold and push back the Space Marines.
While the enemies of the Emperor still draw
Texta's attack pretty much failed. Tried so hard and failed so badly in the end. Well, at least forced SeleCT to invest a lot in those Bone Singers. I guess that was the biggest investment, producing Bone Singers non-stop for about 30 seconds. He could afford that with this income, 98 to 20. And 98 to 0 for Texta. Tier 2 almost up here for SeleCT.
We are here to fulfill our duty.
Texta still tier 1. Another attack in here from Texta at SeleCT's relic this time. And once again SeleCT brings a lot of Bone Singers in here to repair the point. The LP2 goes down. Won't work in here this time. He brought the Bone Singers too late. Interesting jump, probably worth it. Killed a bunch of Marines. Maybe we'll eliminate the entire squad. Very good focus. Texta should have ran in close combat and tie them up faster.
How can we help?
A very intense game so far. Well, most of these games very high level, no floats also. 98 to 10 income now for Texta, 98 to 20 for SeleCT. SeleCT's income still a bit higher. Despite losing the relic in here and this point, only recaptured it now. Yellow HP on the commander, half HP down. Texta will not allow SeleCT to rebuild the shrine on this position. Not a big deal. His economy is still higher. And say hello to the Dark Reapers now.
While the enemies of the Emperor still draw breath, there can be no peace. Praise the Emperor.
What's your order? Awaiting orders.
All the scouts have been killed by the warp spiders. Good job with the warp spiders in this game. Much better than in the previous one. Most of the scouts were killed by the warp spiders and almost an entire squad of space marines. Still no tier 2 from Texta. He brings a squad of assault marines on the field.
On alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby.
Why nasty Eldar player? Yoshi. I think he's playing very well, and I like it when the players are using their races to the fullest potential. At least it feels like SeleCT is trying to get the most out of his race in these games. Very good micro, good decision making, good army positioning, good engagement. And he's only gonna get better from this point onwards. He will only become stronger. This is an Eldar player with about 6 months of experience. I'd say for 6 months this is a very good level.
Praise the Emperor.
Once again SeleCT loses his relic. Texta will take down also one LP2.
My faith is my shield.
Far from over, however, we have seen how SeleCT can make a comeback out of a desperate situation. That game on Fallen City though, that was really impressive.
Lies with us.
Looks like SeleCT is screwed, but I believe a comeback is possible. After what I have seen on Fallen City being done by SeleCT, I think he has good chances to still make a comeback. We'll engage with the Seer Council, that's why you need the Seer Council, guys. Heavy focus on the commander, will definitely get killed. Assault Marines jump in, they will absorb the grenade and maybe even get stunned. No, the stun is not even necessary, they will die either way. And the squad of Assault Marines goes down. In the meantime, Seer Council keeping those marines busy and do not allow them to deal damage in range. Spectre asked why you would go for it. That's why. You need them thanks to their resilience to ranged combat and for tying up units in close combat, not allowing them to deal the damage. And I think it's worth it. Much more resilient compared to the Banshees, and this looks very much like a comeback from the Eldar once again. Texta is gonna lose most of his infantry during the retreat. As soon as he loses the commander, he has to retreat. Four points still under control for the Eldar, 80 to 20 income, 92 to 20 for Texta. Economy wise a bit better for Space Marines, not a big deal, however. SeleCT finds himself now in a much better position with superior infantry, I believe. Texta hits tier 2, but he's got no sacred artifact yet, no librarian, no apothecaries. Yoshi, it definitely felt bad for SeleCT when he was sitting on 3 points. It didn't look like he's winning back then, when the Texta took down 3 of his points, including the relic, and even decapped it. I think this was a comeback still. It was a very close game overall. At some point SeleCT was heavily pressured by Texta. Now he manages to counterattack and win the fights. GG gets called and SeleCT will lead now 3 to 2. Done with the 5 games between these two. Equal economy in the end. SeleCT took back most of his points. Well done. Most of Space Marine infantry has been killed in the end. Economy wise very close. And on upgrades, SeleCT had 4 research count, 4 upgrades on infantry I believe, and 0 for Texta. He only built that armory probably to equip the heavy bolters, it looked like. Alright boys, I will make a short break, about 2 minutes, 2 to 5 minutes, something like that. Then when I'm back we will continue. Stay tuned. Okay. Let's jump into game 6. I guess we watched this one. Let me see. Yeah. Let's delete it. The score tied up 3-2 in Select's favor, if I'm not mistaken. So far, very close games and good ones. Hoping for the best in the remaining 11 games also. Next one on Outer Reaches. In the left hand side, Texta playing Space Marines. Versus SeleCT on the right.
Scouts ready.
Yes, Lord.
Four squads of scouts, that's right, from Texta. He's done this opening in all the games so far. And 3 Guardian squads from SeleCT this time. SeleCT changes the builds a bit from game to game. SeleCT was probably one of the first players in Dawn of War 1 to start using the Fleet of Foot ability effectively.
Guardian squad.
I have not seen Fleet of Foot being used by most other Eldar players properly
Guardian squad.
in vanilla Dawn of War, back at that point in time, I mean. Most other Eldar players wouldn't even research it, they would simply mass up warp spiders. And even if they get a Fleet of Foot upgrade, they'd make bunches mostly and forget to turn it off very often.
The future is clouded and uncertain.
We are here to fulfill our duty.
Nice engagement here into this bunch of scouts. The scouts cannot deal with a fully reinforced Guardian squad, especially with the guidance from the Farseer on it. The Mind of War manages to kill a squad of scouts. All the scouts were in here, 2 squads now dead. Very impressive. 2 squads left for Texta. Terrible to lose scouts so early on at the 2nd minute. And SeleCT will feel comfortable fighting by holding just 3 strategic points. He will start playing aggressively now, will use all of his Guardians. Feels like he lost a squad of Guardians. That's right.
Today the enemy shall know fear.
Texta in here manages to get into that Farseer and stun it.
Scouts here.
Look at the focus, man. Looks like a 3rd squad of scouts is gonna get killed in here. It's being chased by the Guardians.
Scouts awaiting orders.
And that's right, a 3rd squad of scouts down, only 1 left, the 4th one. Texta in the meantime with only 2 positions captured at home. And another one on the top left, 3 LP1s, finished just like SeleCT. A 3rd squad of Guardians actually was alive, capturing this position all the time. Unfortunately, I do not see that on the minimap. The game does not support this resolution. You can only modify it manually in a file, and you get this nice resolution.
Future seems so clear.
Time for another engagement. Select sends all of his squads in the middle of this bunch of marines. The Farseer is gonna get killed for sure. And with a full HP force commander, good luck. Impossible to deal with it. Guardians won't be enough. And even the LP2 will go down. Marines don't really care about the damage from this LP2. And they are a lot more squishier in vanilla, I think. 2 marines will die from 1 LP2 while it gets taken down. I guess Texta can live with that. SeleCT brings a squad of Dark Reapers now. Finally some damage dealing squad to those marines. Guardians are mostly fine against scouts as soon as they are not... as long as they don't have the upgrades. Once they get the upgrades, they become effective against most unit types, even commanders. The warlocks are too strong, I think. Very powerful abilities. The lack of scouts in here from Texta means he cannot get these points. He will sit without those points for a long time. Both of them focused on dealing damage to each other in early tier 1.
On alert, brothers. The enemy must be
These marines in here are doomed. They cannot get to the other ones in time. They will get chased. They will get caught and killed. Look at that. I think Texta should have gotten closer, run towards this squad and defend it.
Take the battle to the enemy.
A new Farseer is out. The squad gets reinforced, not so bad after all. Now maybe with a Farseer it will get killed. Yeah, the Mind War gets cast, they get slowed down in the heavy cover. Nicely surrounded now, and a bunch of Marines gonna get killed. Still, I thought the entire squad will die, not so bad. The accuracy wasn't so good on the Guardians.
This day shall be a glorious one for the Imperium.
SeleCT now living on 1 listening shrine, and it's not even upgraded. Very low income. 32 to 10 against 56 to 0. A very low economy game on both sides. Now it's all about micro. Who can micro better and keep his squads alive for a long time? That one will be the winner, I guess. With a fleet of foot and some good micro, SeleCT should be able to come on top in this fight. Guidance cast on the Dark Reapers. Texta will send his commander into that Farseer, and now that's gonna be a problem for the Eldar. A bunch of Marines get killed, however. Only 1 squad of Space Marines left alive. That escalated quickly, indeed. Dark Reapers, only 1 member alive in that squad, should get reinforced slowly. A squad of Guardians won't even be sent to recapture the positions. They will chase the Marines and try to deal some damage.
We bring heavy weapons to crush the enemy.
Rush the enemy position. To the front.
Yoshi, I think Free Slugger boys are no problem. In Soulstorm at least. They come out too late in the game when they can get killed by anything easily. And Ork can use population cap investment in other unit types. They are okay when Ork has low economy and cannot afford other squads, however. In Dark Crusade, in tier 3 free slugger boys, however, probably were a bit OP. They came out one tier earlier, so maybe in Dark Crusade they were a bit OP. I am not sure in vanilla if you have free slugger boys, probably not. I have not seen that used, at least, not yet. A new Farseer probably getting out. 3 squads of Guardians still fully reinforced here for Select. And Dark Reapers alive. Economy really bad for Eldar, 38 to 10. Cannot invest in anything. Texta still without the scouts, cannot capture these points. He only brings more and more Space Marines out. Mind War cast on the Commander.
The Emperor protects.
Yellow HP on the Commander. Now this might be doable for the Eldar. Some ugly pathing in here, Guardians getting blocked by each other, can't retreat properly. The Psychic Storm was cast. Some decent amount of damage in here from the Guardians, however they die much faster. It's a very light infantry unit. Without Warlocks and without grenades they cannot hold in this fight. Good damage on the Commander, however I almost missed. He's almost dead. Good focus on the Commander by the Guardians. The Farseer still yellow, will probably die. And now it looks very much doable for Select once again. Very close, really close game. Select also bringing his Bone Singers in here, will tie up those Tactical Marines a bit. Dark Reapers getting chased in close combat by the Tactical Marine squad. 3 squads of Guardians still in here. Good positioning on these Tactical Marines in the heavy cover. It was close while the Farseer was around. Now I am not sure. Not enough DPS from Eldar to kill this bunch of Space Marines. Select not gonna give up just yet, it's very close. 68 to 0 for Texta, much higher income. Only 44 for Eldar. Plus 10 on power doesn't even count. Select cannot use it, can't make use of it when you have such low income on requisition. GG gets called, that was close. And Texta ties it up. The score now is 3 to 3. So close, very close series. Both of them playing very well. This game, however, both of them could have done better if they captured the points faster. They gave up on their own strategic points for quite some time. Next up, also on outer reaches, the positions have been switched in this game. Texta will be on the right and Select on the left. Can Select get his revenge.
My music is a pillow upon which whole
It would be good if he can win the rematch in here. Would be nice to see that. The map is considered a bit difficult for the Eldar. From Texta, four squads of scouts once again.
Yes, most beneficent.
2 servitors. And from Select the same build, 3 guardians. A different cap order probably this time. It has to be improved, and it can be improved. Compared to the previous game, it wasn't so good. Get these points captured first and then start fighting. Only the Farseer will be going alone for the start into the enemy base, towards the enemy base, while the Guardians will be busy capturing more points. I like this better this time. Two squads of scouts here will deal with 4 Guardians, I guess. In range, the scouts would have won. Select will fight in close combat a bit until the Farseer gets close. One problem in this matchup for Space Marines: the Force Commander cannot keep up with that Farseer. He cannot chase properly to stop her. In the early game, at least, it can decide the fate of the matchup. Scouts will suffer. Mind War gets cast on a squad and it will get killed. 1 squad of scouts dead. Maybe even 2. 2 squads of scouts have been killed. There were 4 scout squads at the start, now only 2 left.
Scouts ready. Scouts here.
My powers are yours
Guardian
now.
squad ready.
Scouts ready. At your command.
2 squads of scouts left, 2 squads of tactical marines, and a full HP force commander for Space Marines.
Rush the enemy position.
Equal map control, I believe, at this point. Both of them controlling the same amount of points. Texta actually was controlling 1 point more, but this one will go down shortly. It will not get decapped, however. Will be rebuilt. Finally, Bunches from Select. He will not transition to tier 2. He could have placed the Soul Shrine and go tier 2 instead. After the previous game, he got a bad outmasked. He thought he needed to add the Bunches, and maybe even Dark Reapers will be a nice addition. Texta is not in a hurry with tier 2 either. He doesn't have a generator even. So if Select would also produce Dark Reapers and then reinforce the Bunches to full limit and the Dark Reapers, I believe he can win the next fight easily. No need to hurry with tier 2. Two squads of Bunches, not even the Dark Reapers will be necessary when you have 3 squads now from Select, 2 squads of Bunches and a Farseer to tie up the enemy infantry in close combat. Look at this speed of engagement from the bunches. Almost looks bugged out. Another mind war cast on the scouts. Thankfully the squad will survive this time. With the bunches in combination, no chances for Texta this time. A very good adjustment from SeleCT after the previous game.
Heresy grows from idleness.
Texta feeling great at home, controlling his half of the map, 80 to 10 income. Probably can do a tier 2 transition now. First he will need the armory. Probably not possible to go tier 2 without the armory.
Guardian squad ready. All Eldar must.
All the Eldar squads are still alive. A squad of guardians should be sent to get the relic in here. Would be worth it.
Take the battle to the enemy.
Either that or take one enemy point down. Maybe even better like that. Texta does not want to fight in here, he cannot win the fight, so he will go for a base trade instead. We'll sacrifice the LP1 here on the top right and the generator for this LP2. I am not sure if it's Texta's a micro that cannot compete. It seems like he is limited by his faction. The Eldar with a fleet of foot can out-micro the Marines. They're simply faster. Texta's faction has some limitations in that regard, so if he would fight, after a bad fight he can't even retreat properly because of the fleet of foot, so he does not want to take the risk again. Previous fight looked terrible for Texta, so he will simply go into the Eldar's base this time. 44 to 10 income now for Eldar. Decreased a lot. He transitions to tier 2, has a good bank, enough, more than enough for upgrading the squads. 68 to 0 for Space Marines. Texta decides to go back at home and maybe defend. Soul Shrine up, probably upgrading stuff in there. A squad of Guardians is out, ready to capture the points. Another 3 squads on the battlefield. So far looks pretty balanced. Only one problem on Space Marine, he is out-teched. There will be upgraded Eldar on the battlefield soon. They probably have the optics and the armor upgrade by now already. While Texta will have to fight with raw Marines. 2 squads of Assault Marines, thankfully, in here. Maybe with the Assault Marines he will manage. Bunch is gonna fight the Assault Marines, and they are terrible at that. Frag grenades, plasma grenades from Guardians were cast also. Farseer almost got slaughtered by that commander. Thanks to the disruption she will manage to escape. This looks like a close fight. Once again commander gets close into the Farseer and will take her down. She cannot move. A very annoying stun from the commander. A close fight right here, at least while the Farseer was alive. Now with this amount of assault marines it feels like the Banshees are no threats. Banshees lose to assault marines and even raptors. So SeleCT will have to fall back on his low income. 56 to 10, recovered a bit. Force Commander the biggest problem right now.
Many are cold. Few survive.
Four strategic points captured on Textas, 4 LP1s up, 68 to 0. For SeleCT also 4 points, 1 will go down now. Economy a bit lower, the LPs are not finished. And he does need a new Farseer to stop that commander. At the top left in here, Texta manages to take down both the Listening Shrine, which wasn't upgraded, the Soul Shrine, and a Webway Gate. A huge loss for SeleCT in their bad build-up. He had to build them inside the base. Texta is happy with the result, with the outcome. And this might end up in a base trade once again. Not enough damage from Eldar, you are right, Yoshi. He needs damage dealing squads like the Dark Reapers. There's a problem on the Dark Reapers in vanilla, they have that annoying setup time. Even if you manage to chase the enemy squads, when you stop, if you want to deal the damage, you will have to wait for 2 seconds until they start shooting, so maybe SeleCT thought it's not worth it going Dark Reapers this time. He wants to try out the Banshees.
Our cries herald the coming of great pain for our enemies.
He used to play the Banshee build in the past and it looked good. But he masked less Guardians back then. Looks like the Guardians received their upgrades, the Warlocks have been added to the squads. A new Farseer is out, already lost almost half HP in this bunch of Humies. Looks equally bad now on both sides. I still think Texta can destroy Eldar's base faster because of the Force Commander's hammer damage. It would take Eldar more time to take down the Stronghold and the Chapel Barracks, so in Annihilation base trades, Texta will probably win. He does not want to stick with the base trades, will run back home probably and fight the Xenos. Texta wants to fight in the middle. I hope that happens, but I'm not sure it will end well for SeleCT. Actually it might. 4 squads of Guardians with 4 Warlocks now. Almost full Farseer and 2 full squads of Banshees. I think that might be sufficient to take down the Assault Marines quick, and after that deal with the remaining Space Marine army. They now will have to come to an agreement and start the fight. They do not, they're probably fed up with those base trades by now, and will simply decide to fight. This will be interesting to watch. There we go. Mind War cast on that commander, and he gets also stunned by the Warlock. Not a big deal for him, however, he sits in the heavy cover. Bunches with the guidance from Farseer deal a lot of damage in close combat, killed a bunch of assault marines. Very good from SeleCT to prioritize and focus the assault marines, I agree with him on that part. One squad of assault marines down. Now one member still left alive. More and more stuns being cast on that commander. Farseer running low on HP now. A better positioning from Texta in the heavy cover. SeleCT will not make use of it, to his disadvantage. Farseer gonna get killed very soon, and this will be the end of SeleCT. The Marines are very fat. Not enough damage to take them down. GG gets called, and now Texta leads the way 4-3, right? 7 games into the stream now, 4-3 for Texta. Very interesting close games so far. I am satisfied. Even if the most Eldar has been killed in the end, still a very close result on military. Same for economy, both of them stayed on very low income for a long time. 3 upgrades for SeleCT, only 1 for Texta. Karen Dips, hi, yes I did. I think that's how Orks do call the Marines, or maybe the Guardsmen. I probably have to apologize if that is not the case. My lore knowledge is very low, so I always ask my viewers to share lore insights, either in the commentary below the videos or in the live chats. I appreciate that a lot. And I also call the Eldar the pointy-eared kids. Thanks to iPatch for telling me that. I think it was iPatch who told me that. Next up on Railway, finally we get to these games on Railway. We'll have a bunch of them, and they will be shorter, I think.
Scouts here.
In the low position, Texta with Space Marines. In the top position, SeleCT with Eldar.
Command me to build.
Yeah, Yoshi, you're right. Even today I watched some lore videos on YouTube. I watched about the Tyranids. It was enough to watch a 20-minute long video, and I've learned so much, but I'm afraid I will forget all those details in about a week. If I do not use the information, I forget it very quickly. That's how my memory works. I have to use the information if I want to remember it, or at least make use of it for about a week at least, to remember it for about a year, something like that. If I only see it once, I will quickly forget it
Command me to build.
shortly after.
Guardian squad ready.
Three squads of Guardians from SeleCT. his popular build, 2 squads of Guardians will go now along with the Farseer into Texta's base, and I believe Texta is not prepared to stop this assault. Hi John Shevik, I am glad you get it now, yeah. I mentioned it all the times, the dates when the games are played. These games were played in throughout the 15th to 18th of March in 2005. They have played 16 1v1 games in about 3 days against each other, these 2 players, back then, so I thought I will do a stream dedicated to these 2 players alone, fighting each other, playing their main races. Why not? Texta was ranked 1 Space Marines in the world back then, and the SeleCT was ranked 1 on Eldar. I thought that would be a good idea. Intense fight here at the start. Guardians will win the scouts in close combat. Good usage of the fleet of foot on the other squad will help the other Guardians to take down those scouts quickly, and so Texta lost all of his scouts. A full HP commander now is the problem. No way SeleCT can do a lot of damage in here now with this fat commander around. John Shevik, they do not play Dawn of War 17 years later, of course. The games were played 17 years ago. I don't think they still play Dawn of War, although we have some very old players still playing Soulstorm since vanilla times. Most of them, however, quit long ago. They were top players, so I will cover their games. I will try to cover as many top players in Dawn of War 1 as possible in all the expansions.
My faith is my shield.
Awaiting orders.
Good fight in here once again from SeleCT. I like how he overextended into the fights, waits for those Farseer abilities to reload. The squad of Marines goes down, GG gets called by Texta. He does not want to bother now. Look at that, he was sitting on only 1 listening post in the end, the relic wasn't even captured, and only the commander was left alive. SeleCT defeats him with a Farseer and 2 squads of Guardians. Yoshi asking if the players could compete with the meta. What do you mean could compete with the meta? If they get used to it and if they play the game actively, of course they can. Anyone can. If you mean if they get back into the game after 17 years of inactivity and play against the top players, no, of course they will lose until they recover, and if they recover ever. I think many of them moved to other games. SeleCT moved to StarCraft, and then later on StarCraft 2. He also played Dota 2 from what I know. But mostly StarCraft 2. That's what I know about SeleCT. I'm not sure about the others. Score ties up 4-4. We're halfway done with the games. 4 victories for each player. Very sweet so far. A very balanced match-up between these two. Texta probably surprised he's matching against SeleCT all the time, and now they will match against each other on railway a lot of times. I guess they're laughing mostly because of that. SeleCT was a very high rank in StarCraft 2. He even used to win some tournaments, I think, back in 2011, 2010. He was very strong in StarCraft 2. That doesn't surprise me. His micro in Dawn of War is very good. John Shevik, Dawn of War 1 was considered balanced later when it got patched. Closer to World Cyber Games tournaments. It will happen later in 2005. Currently it's not very balanced, but probably more balanced than Soulstorm is nowadays. You only have 4 factions in Vanilla Dawn of War, so not too many imbalanced aspects in here. Most of the races have counters for anything. So I'd say pretty balanced. In the very first patch it probably was more broken. We're only into patch 1.2 currently. Very few balance changes have been done. Most of the balance changes still will follow. I think the most balanced version of Dawn of War 1 was in Winter Assault, the last patch. At least from what I've heard. Will take a while though until we get to those games. Maybe a few more months of vanilla. Once again from SeleCT 3 squads of Guardians, he went into Space Marines base. Dealt a bit of damage, not as huge as in the previous game, however. Texta much better prepared this time. After this attack he will go for a counter attack. SeleCT's initial attack failed, basically.
Guardian squad, ready. What would you have us do? Guardian squad,
The
ready.
enemy cannot hide from my sight.
Second generator placed for the Eldar. 1 LP2 has been upgraded. For Texta, no generator yet.
Fear denies faith.
And he starts to mass up Marines now. Probably wants to all in, SeleCT in tier 1. Might be possible to do that on this small map. Almost nowhere to run.
How can we help? We are shaped by fate just as we shape it. What is your wish? Guardian squad, ready.
I do not think Dawn of War was a failure in terms of esports scene. It was pretty active, especially in 2005 to 2007. Even during the Dark Crusade era there were plenty of tournaments. However, there were only 2 huge tournaments in Dawn of War Vanilla and 1 in Winter Assault. 1 in Vanilla Dawn of War and 1 in Winter Assault. The World Cyber Games tournaments in 2005 and 2006. They were the biggest. After that, Dawn of War was deleted from that series of tournaments, no idea why. Maybe they were getting more money from the competitors. Back then it was a huge competition in RTS scene. There were a lot of good RTS. Warcraft 3, Starcraft, Command and Conquer, and a few others. It was not easy for Dawn of War to compete. It's really sad that Dawn of War 3 failed on that part. If only Relics listened and made a Dawn of War remaster with the name Dawn of War 3, it would have probably killed StarCraft 2 and its competitive scene.
All Eldar must answer the call.
Not the case, however. Yeah, StarCraft, SeleCT was Korean.
The Emperor protects. For the Emperor.
The mists of space and time retreat.
Some pressure in here from Texta, he takes down one of SeleCT's points. So far the score 4-4, almost forgot it. Have to recall it from time to time. And say it out loud or I will lose count of the games. This is the 9th game into the stream. Looks like SeleCT is gonna win the fight in here. The Warlocks with upgrades will turn the tide. It so feels. Texta did exactly what I've expected, a tier 1 all-in, and it's about to fail. SeleCT is having upgraded tier 2 units now and a better economy. 62 to 20 against 62 to 10. Only tier 1, raw tier 1 marines in here without upgrades, however. They will suffer. Hi, Future, I do like Dawn of War 2. I do like the campaign. I play it currently on my main channel. I guess that's why you're asking. I do enjoy the campaign. The story is very good. I enjoyed both the first Dawn of War 2 campaign, the second, no. I mean Vanilla Dawn of War 2 and Chaos Rising now. I am doing it live on my channel this week. I have not played Dawn of War 2 multiplayer, however. I only tried Last Stand, it probably was offline mode. A bit of a back and forth here, another new commander here. Full HP.
Of the Emperor still draw breath, there can be no peace.
Another engagement attempt in here from Texta. He doesn't want to let SeleCT capture the point on the left hand side. Good plan. Keep him locked on 2 points. A new far series out. 4 squads of Guardians with Warlocks. This is scary. Mind War cast on that commander once again. It feels very much and looks very much like SeleCT is gonna win this game. No upgrades whatsoever on Texta's infantry. SeleCT goes in. Confident stuns at the commander, he can't even retreat. With 4 warlocks you can stun it 4 times. This is painful. And so SeleCT will lead the way. Now 5-4. This is the end of Texta. Another stun here on this Space Marine squad. They get stunned by the warlocks. Very painful. This is why Guardians are good. When they have the warlocks, they are very good. GG gets called by Texta. And acknowledges and credits SeleCT's microplay rather than whining on the game balance. Well-mannered player, I love that. Solid execution from SeleCT, held on 2 points for some time until he masked and upgraded those squads, then goes in and with superior infantry upgraded manages to take down Texta's bunch of marines without any upgrades easily. Even on 2 points, SeleCT's almost 1k lead on economy. Impressive game so far. The score is now 5-4 in SeleCT's favor. Very close series. Probably the closest games so far I've seen in Vanilla Dawn of War. Yoshi, I will make a short break after this game. One more game and I will make a short break at the 3rd hour mark probably. So this will be the 10th game, once again on Railway. As I have promised at the beginning of the stream, Railway gonna be popular today. They played a lot against each other on this map. Texta doesn't like it. Once again it's SeleCT and once again it's Railway.
We are shaped by fate just as we shape it. How can we help?
This time Texta will also build a generator quick. Probably realize he's gonna need some LP2s and maybe play more defensively. His all-in the previous game was a miserable fail. Was only a matter of time until it would fail. If Eldar has good micro, all-in from Space Marine doesn't really work. They can simply run away from Marine infantry until they are ready to fight. There's no 2 support portals, Yoshi. What are you talking about? It's 1 aspect portal and 1 generator from SeleCT. Support portal in Vanilla Dawn of War is a tier 3 building. Have you already forgotten?
The future seems so clear. Shall I divine your next skills ready?
You probably confused the aspect portal with the support portal. The support portal is the vehicle production building.
The future
A
is
squad of scouts in here killed by the Farseer alone, even on the move, on the run. And Texta would do what I've expected, LP2 must probably. The reason he started with this generator. One LP2 already upgraded.
We are shaped by fate just as we shape it.
One moment. Okay. Had to get rid of the spammer. I hope his message wasn't visible. No idea why YouTube allows people to create such nicknames. They don't even need to spam it. They can insert whatever they want in the channel title and then write anything in a chat. A bit annoying.
Yes, my lord.
Sometimes I would limit the chat to subscribers only, so I won't get spam on the streams. 2 LP2s up on Texta. Maybe this time the defensive play will work out. Good map control here from the Eldar, good map vision. Gets the second critical location. Equal economy, slightly higher for select, 2 generators up.
What is your wish?
This day shall be a glorious one for the Imperium.
Select going in and towards the, from the left, from the right hand side towards the top left. Focuses that LP2, won't take it down. A nice usage of the Mind War into the Space Marine squad. A lot of them have been killed. Good focus. The Warp Spider squad, when fully reinforced and with Farseer's guidance ability, they deal quite a bit of damage to Space Marines too. Good execution in here. We'll now retreat. Looks good so far for Texta. Better than in the previous games, I'd say. Tier 2 on the way from Select, he changed the build again. He probably thought Texta will adjust and counter a Guardian mass. And it feels like that's what Texta did this time. By upgrading those LP2s, they kill Guardians quick. Time for a counter attack. Can Select hold this? Tier 2 now up. The Warlocks will probably be upgraded soon. Gets in here 2 Bone Singers, does not manage to save the LP2. The first commander, however, gonna get killed. He's got stuck in there. The Farseer will also die. And right now I'd bet on Select to win if he's got the optics. He'd deal more damage. And as soon as the Warlocks come in, Texta will need to retreat. A new Farseer probably coming out for the Eldar. 56 to 20 income. And Texta is definitely happy, finally beating Select on this map. He lost twice in a row here. Time to win. Is it over yet though? Select will go in at the very last second, sends 2 squads of Bone Singers to repair that portal. He engages with the Guardians. He's got the plasma grenades. With the Warp Spiders he will fight a squad of Marines in close combat. He needs this aspect portal up desperately, so the Farseer will get out. With the Farseer he should be able to win this fight. Psychic Storm, Mind War, Guidance should be enough to win the fight in here. Select doesn't have enough for the Warlocks. We'll now push him back. Mind War gets cast. 3 Space Marines will get killed by the Mind War. Time to counterattack. Oh boy, and a new Force Commander is coming. Run, Farseer, run for your life. Again, a bit of an all-in here from Texta. He can also upgrade this listening post easily. Or maybe do a tier 2 transition. He can afford that. Select on this low income. I'm not sure what he needs in order to win that. Will build a support platform. I think he needed Warlocks, but he cannot afford them. With this income, they do require upgrades and then they cost a bit of resources. Maybe it was a bad idea after all to invest so much in those Warp Spiders. Felt like they set Eldar back. Too expensive for this map. Now the LP2 will deal damage to the Marines. And the support platform. Support platform almost taken down. Getting repaired nicely. Will be destroyed eventually. And this is the end of Select and the score ties up 5-5 apparently. Unbelievable series. I did not check the winners, I didn't watch the replays beforehand, so I had no idea. GG gets called. Texta says it's the first time he beats Select on Railway. 3 hours into the stream, we're done with 10 games and the score ties up 5-5. Unbelievable. What a close series. Close economy score, close on tech. Although Select out tech text, he didn't have enough to hold against that bunch of fat Space Marines. Felt like the Warp Spiders were a waste. Too big of an investment for Railway. Not affordable on such a low income. To invest into them, they will set you back. I don't see it, Yoshi. YouTube is trolling me probably. I will refresh the page. I will also make a break. About 5 minutes long again, and then we'll continue. 6 games left. We'll be back shortly. That was a nice stream, Yosh, I loved it too. It was very fun to play against him. And it's not just Groot, it's I am Groot. And probably the most fun part about that was the fact that everything he said in those games was Groot. That was really hilarious. I forgot what stream that was, but it's definitely still up on my channel. I probably have to rewatch that one for entertainment. Okay, 6 games left between SeleCT and Texta. The score now 5-5. 10 games into the stream. Unbelievable games. A very close match between these two. Next up on Fallen City, SeleCT will play Orks. As I've said, at least in one game he will be playing Orks. And Texta will keep rocking with his main, with Space Marines. It is the first time I see SeleCT playing Orks. I don't know what he will do. This is almost funny. So unusual to see SeleCT play Ork or any other than Eldar. Well, SeleCT was in teammates with Charlie back then. I assume Charlie taught him quite a few things on Orks, or maybe SeleCT learned from him. So shouldn't be too bad. Definitely not hopeless. 2 Slugger Boy squads out. The opening is quite standard. I guess a mech, yeah, the mech is out. And from Texta, 4 squads of scouts. The first commander is out now.
The enemy must be nearby.
What now? I got no good bits for this fight.
At your command.
Don't bother me. I'm working on something.
What happened?
Scouts ready.
I got the good bits for this fight.
Oh, I see. I think they only now found that they are playing against each other. They did not check the console. SeleCT is not happy with his opponent. He says he's noob with Orks. Well, definitely not noob. If he's playing Eldar at top level, you cannot be a noob with other factions. Just not experienced is the word. Lack of experience. He still knows what he has to do, I believe. He's building generators, builds up economy slowly, while doing also some harass with the mech. Not bad, I'd say. He did not get pressured at all by Texta, and that's good for him. No harass whatsoever early game from Texta on the Orks side. And I think Space Marines do need to put some pressure on Orks in the early game. In all Dawn of War 1 games, probably. Harassing Orks early. You can take down their LP1s quick, and even LP2s with a bunch of Marines, it's possible. Later on it may get difficult. The mech running red on HP, now that's bad. I'm not sure if any damage has been done by that mech. Maybe a Space Marine was killed. SeleCT manages to save him, places him inside the listening post. That will save the mech. However, if the LP2 will get destroyed, the mech will be around here and probably will get killed. Not sure if he has the jump. If he doesn't have the jump, he might get killed. Good attack now. The LP2 from Orc is very painful, much more damage compared to the Eldar. Deals a lot more damage. The range is also much higher. 1 second. Infiltrated Gretchen's getting in here, the mech gets out. Texta doesn't even notice and he gets stuck in between the Gretchens, got stunned by the commander for a second. The Gretchens got killed, the LP2 has been destroyed and decaptured, the Pylo guns has been cancelled. And now looks terrible for SeleCT, he needs a new mech, he's floating a lot. If there's one thing, noticeable thing on a player that doesn't play his main race, it's the floats. He has to think more during the game on what he has to build, what units to produce, what build to play. So because of that he may float at some point while he's thinking, and of course he's just not used to the race to react quickly, almost automatically. Another point here being taken down, and even the generator will go down. Explodes and disrupts the marines around it. The mech alone cannot do anything in there. Huge float on SeleCT. This looks bad. Very ugly. Doesn't even have this LP2 upgraded. Still far from over.
Where's the fighting?
Please, no more kissing. I'm not doing anything.
3 war banners up. For work tier 2 now, and the mech shop. Now I see why he didn't get rid of the floats. The LP2 on the left now also upgraded. Texta still tier 1.
We stand ready.
2-3 war tracks can change and turn the tide into Orks' favor. No bleeders now will be added to the boys' squads. Where's that mech? Texta adding the heavy bolters now on the marines. The LP2 here almost destroyed will go down. With the no bleeders on the slugger boys, SeleCT can fight back the bunch of marines. We'll push them back.
Scouts in position.
Where's the fighting? You need something fixed.
Well done with this counterattack. Bad part is only 56 to 20 economy for work. Not sustainable economy for the fights. He cannot overwatch, the boys cannot reinforce properly if they get killed. Texta did not capture the point on the left hand side of SeleCT's base. Now Orc will be able to get them back easily. Good fight still. In the meantime, SeleCT also gets war trucks out of his mech shop. Here comes the first one, focusing the scouts. Oh god. The spammer is quite stubborn today, I see. Okay. Most of the boys gonna get killed in this fight. Slugger boys got slaughtered. Big problem now for Texta, he's got no anti-vehicle on the Space Marines, only the heavy bolters. He is tier 2, however. The Assault Marine squad is here. Not sure if they've got the melter bombs. They probably do have it and they throw it into this truck. Mech will also go down. And the commander with his hammer will finish off that truck. Well done.
At your command. Yes, my lord.
My faith is my shield.
92 to 20 income now for Space Marines, 56 to 20 still for Orks.
What do you want?
What's it? What's it?
This is my war truck. Pretty nice, huh? This is my
Some harass with the war trucks. In the previous stream of Expert Clash, we've seen some magical harass being done by Oreo with the war trucks that won him the game. I was very surprised. Here the melter bomb once again thrown into the war truck. I guess the Assault Marines could have finished it off even in close combat after throwing that bomb. SeleCT has to retreat with it. And repair the truck.
Walk softly and carry.
A squad of tactical Space Marines equipped with missile launchers.
awaiting orders. Awaiting orders.
Yes, my lord. At your command.
Faith is our shield.
A second one coming out to the battlefield, also being equipped with missile launchers. Well done. Prepares for the vehicle mass.
Faith is our shield. War trucks is as shooty as there is.
All this time they work without the relic captured. Doesn't have any free Slugger Boy squads to send it for the relic. Now this will be interesting, the next fight. If the mech and the boys will tie up 2 squads of Marines with missile launchers, and they can do that, then these work vehicles can kill them during the retreat. One melter bomb from the Assault Marines won't be enough to take down all these vehicles.
Yes, my lord.
The focus goes into the Assault Marines. One war track gets eliminated by a melter bomb. Good focus on the scouts. Now all the scouts have been slaughtered in this fight. Only the mech left alive now in there to tie up the tactical Marines. Gets killed by the commander. And SeleCT loses everything almost. Gets a squad of Storm Boys out. A much needed Stormboy squad. Probably a second one wouldn't hurt also. Or another mech. Economy stabilized a bit, 80 to 30. 97 to 30 for Texta. Welcome back, Pierre. I guess you woke up. You probably fell asleep and now woke up again. Breaks are good. Feel free to take them. Most of the Marines in this fight have been killed by 2 war tracks now. Those tactical Space Marines were tied up in close combat by the Stormboys, and the mech were not able to take down the war tracks. And now 2 war tracks, I believe, will be enough to take down the commander even. Or maybe not. Another new squad of Stormboys is out.
Yes, my lord.
And it starts to look ugly for Texta. It felt so desperate for SeleCT when he was sitting on 2 points, but now the comeback is real. Apparently, Force Commander gonna fight that mech in close combat. I believe the mech can win here if he will get supported by the war track and the Stormboys. Easy win for the mech. Well done. Nice fatality. Force Commander goes down. No anti-vehicle almost. Only 1 missile launcher. 3 jumps at once will go into those Marines. SeleCT will not allow them to shoot. Mech is terminated. With this income, I believe SeleCT can afford massing war tracks non-stop. He can simply bring them in here and keep the amount of anti-vehicle on his opponent in low numbers. That would guarantee him the victory. A new war track getting in here. 2 squads of Stormboys. At least 1 of them have the Nob Leader, 2 of them have the Nob Leaders. Very tough squads. This is a sick comeback. Who would have expected this? After early game domination from Texta, now SeleCT manages to perform a comeback on his 2nd race, or maybe even 3rd race. It's the first time we see him playing Orks. GG gets called. Unbelievable. And the score now... I lost count of the games. Probably 7-5 in SeleCT's favor. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've lost count of the games, unfortunately. Either 6-6 or 7-5. In SeleCT's favor. I probably will have to check that. Unbelievable game. Guys, what score is it? Don't force me to go and watch that stream. Remind me the score, please. If anyone kept track of that. You could check at the end of the previous game what was the score. If anyone can do that, I would appreciate it. I lost count of the games, sadly. It happens. I think we had... this was the 12th game, probably. Yoshi, move the stream back a bit. Check the end of the previous game. I think I mentioned the score. I will be waiting. This might in fact be... wait. This was the 11th game, right? Yeah, this was the 11th game. That means it's the score now is 65 in Select's favor. I think this is the game I cast after the break. I might be wrong. We watched this one, right? 2281. Let me double check. We'll have to delete this. Yeah, we watched this. Five games left. That means this one was the 11th, and the score before that was 5-5. Now it's 6-5 in Select's favor. Six to 5 in Select's favor. That is then. Yeah, I had to deal a bit with those spammers. I completely lost track of time and games. Apologies for that. Time for game 12. Again on Railway. Score now 6-5 in Select's favor. I have to remember that now. It's fine, Yoshi, don't worry. We've got this now. Once again on Railway. They will have to play against each other. So far, Texta managed to beat Select once on this map. Before I took that previous break, Texta won the game. Three squads of Guardians from Eldar.
What is your wish? What is your wish?
Reinforces the Guardians slowly from the very beginning to prevent any sort of scout harass. Scout harass all in won't work.
I knew you would have need of me.
The good old build from Select. Two squads of Guardians and the Farseer will go into attack quick. The remaining squad will get the relic and then the critical locations. No generator this time from Texta, no LP2s. Will be possible to upgrade. Select will go in the middle of his opponent's base and start the fight. The force commander is out. Now that will be a risky fight. Farseer has to retreat, run away from here. Actually surprised by how 2 squads of Guardians with a guidance can take down a squad of Space Marines easily. Only scouts left, and feels like they are gonna die too soon. Mind War cast on a squad of scouts. Thankfully it's fully reinforced. Thankfully for Texta, the scouts will not die.
Scouts ready. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Scouts awaiting orders.
Guardians fighting the scouts in close combat. I believe Guardians will win in the end. It'll just take a lot of time until they win the fight. Not worth it probably. Better to micro-enable that fleet of foot, outrange the scouts and then start dealing some ranged damage instead.
What is your wish?
Scouts ready.
Yes, most beneficent one.
No generator up for Space Marines. Guardians in here easily will take down the scouts until the Force Commander gets closer. Even the Force Commander is scared and will run away. Guardians too strong.
The enemy cannot hide from my sight.
3 squads of Guardians now marching into the Space Marines base. Select going tier 2. No LP2s upgraded.
What would you have us do?
My faith is my shield.
To the fight. How can we help the battle to the enemy?
My faith is my shield.
Both of them being cautious with their squads. Not quite clear who will win the next fight. With some very good micro, Eldar should be able to take down most of the scouts at least. Texta decides to go in. He will tank the Mind War with his commander. Psychic Storm cast on the infantry. Farseer is gonna get killed. Got stunned.
Yes, my lord.
This is insane.
On alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby.
It also feels like once the Farseer is stunned, she receives also more damage. One hit from the commander dropped like 200 HP on that Farseer when she was stunned.
Rush the enemy to the front.
Now Select has to wait for a new Farseer and preferably upgraded Warlocks before he goes in again. Okay, he's got the grenades, that's why he's running into all these Marines.
The Emperor protects.
And maybe even the entanglement is here. Looks like the squads can't even move, the Force Commander goes down. Force Commander goes down and this looks very much like an Eldar victory. The upgraded Guardians will win the game from what I can see.
We stand ready.
Scouts in position.
A new full HP on the Farseer. As soon as she gets into this fight, I assume it will be over for Texta, and Select is gonna lead 7-5. Have to make sure I remember the score. Another plasma grenade going into those Marines. Yoshi, the balance looks quite nice, at least between these two players. A very close score so far. 6-5 for Select. Now it might get... Yeah, it will be 7-5 for Select, leading the way now. GG gets called. Without LP2s, very difficult. The only game Texta managed to win was when he built a generator at the beginning and upgraded the LP2s. Still very close game overall. Very good game knowledge on Select and good execution on the Guardians. He knows exactly when to go in, at what time to attack, what abilities to use. Only 4 games left, almost unbelievable. Game 13 now. And again it's on railway. I truly hope none of these games are duplicates. I have checked before the stream a bit through them to make sure of that. So we should not have any identical games. I hope I will notice at least if there are identical games. 2 generator opening in here from Select. It's a first timer for railway from him.
Scouts in position.
Yes, most beneficent one.
Scouts awaiting orders.
Yes, Lord.
Okay, generator gets placed here from Texta.
What would you have us do?
With the generator, chances are higher to win. Will keep his marines and scouts inside the base.
Scouts awaiting orders.
All Eldar must answer.
Yeah, it's definitely a different game for sure. Only 2 squads of Guardians this time from Select. Instead of a 3rd Guardian, he invested into a 2nd generator, expecting all the listening shrines to be upgraded soon. From Texta, on the other hand, he's got 3 servitors. That's overkill. For railway, you do not get faster speed on building from 3 servitors, I think. You can only use 2 at once for the fastest building speed. You don't need 3. Maybe later on it will become useful.
Scouts here. At your command.
What needs to be done?
2 listening shrines upgraded.
Yes. We are here to fulfill
And both critical locations will be captured. The one on the left already captured, the one on the right, scouts stopped it.
Scouts ready.
Texta will only sit in his base, it seems. Doesn't even have a commander out yet. And that's because of the 3 Bone Singer opening. You cannot afford a force commander when you build 3 Bone Singers. Okay, he will now get that commander out after 2 LP2s have been upgraded, as well as build a 2nd generator.
What needs to be done?
Select has no idea what his opponent's up to.
Yes, my lord.
Looks like it. Select doesn't like it. He calls the LP2s towers. Yeah, they look somewhat similar to towers.
Faith is our shield.
The random hand of fate delivers me to you.
What is your wish?
The future seems
Fear
so
denies
clear.
faith.
The future is clouded and uncertain.
Today the enemy shall know fear.
Careful with such jokes, Pierre.
What would you
Don't worry, I will not ban you, but
This day shall
this
be
has to be a
glorious one.
family-friendly chat.
Victory.
That's the reason I also ban the spammers in chat.
What is your wish?
Defensive playstyle from Texta. I like it, to be honest. I like this playstyle more than the all-in one. Play defensively until you get that armory up, upgrade the marines a bit, and then slowly try to move into your opponent. Tier 2 up for select. Time to upgrade the guardians.
Fear denies faith.
We are the Destroyer's agents.
Sometimes I think it would be just better if I close the chat and ignore it.
Are the dealers.
Fear the
Okay.
judgment of the council.
Naturally.
2 squads of Dark Reapers in here, prepared to fight the Marines. Probably will be enough. The Warlocks have been added to the Guardian squads. Hopefully fully upgraded. Against the Space Marines with bolters, he will need those upgrades. Select will slowly approach. Mind War cast on the command on the first commander. He's also good stunned. Man, that was hilarious. Almost cringe. The Farseer will go in now. No first commander around to threaten her, to fight her in the back. Got finished off. Still feels like Select has got the upper hand in here. 2 squads of Dark Reapers. What happened? Okay, 3 servitors now might be useful repairing that LP2. It's all or nothing in here for the Eldar.
Yes, most beneficent one.
Come on, enable that fleet of foot and micro a bit.
Awaiting orders.
Looks over for Space Marines, as expected. I don't really get the chat here in the game.
Awaiting orders.
Oh, I see. A squad of Space Marines in here tied up 2 squads of Dark Reapers at once. Feels like Select is giving up and we'll lose this in the end. Still close. Oh, this was funny. GG gets called by Texta. He gives up for some reason. Well, he lost most of his squads. It was a matter of time until Select would be able to kill those Bone Singers and then destroy the LP2. Well played. And Select now leads the way 8-5, right? 8-5, I believe it is. Well done. Of course, Yoshi, I think I can send you the link, but you will have to wait probably 1 minute while I look for it. I can send the link in chat. I can find it quick, I think. I can only find it quick if I have that name Groot in the video description, otherwise it won't be possible, I guess. Somewhat one-sided in the end on military. Select kills most of Space Marines there, next to that LP2. Economy also quite close. Upgraded units for Select made the difference. He had optics, he had the armor, I guess, and he also had the upgrades for Guardians. The Warlock upgrade. And maybe also that plasma grenades research. I think I saw those used. And so Select leads the way 8-5. 3 games left. Now I will alt-tab and try to look for that stream, but I'm not sure if I can find it. I will look for it around 1 minute and see if I can find it. Okay, I should be back live. I was looking for a stream that I have done on my main channel in the past. I think I found the right one. I have sent the link in the chat, Yoshi. I think it's the right stream you're looking for, and I will also check it out later probably. Hopefully the stream is back to life. It usually falls down when I alt tab. I will wait a bit and see. Yoshi, that's not Shagaft, that's me. Okay. 3 games left between SeleCT and Texta. SeleCT leading the way 8-5, right? Let's go. And again it's on railway. Even the players don't get why they always have to play on this map against each other. Feels like they have played these games one after another on railway, yeah, back then. And they don't get what the hell is this.
Yes, my lord.
One moment. Just want to make sure my stream is running fine. It should be fine. 2 squads of scouts in here from Texta. Probably the first time he gets positioned in the lower left on railway.
Command me to build. How can we help? Yes.
From SeleCT, 2 squads of guardians and warp spiders once again. Very greedy opening here, I must say. Very expensive from SeleCT. 2 generators placed. Warp spiders expensive. Against an all-in he'd die very quickly. A squad of warp spiders cannot fight a space marine all-in. And with 2 generators up, SeleCT needs to upgrade these shrines ASAP. Oh, the warp spiders jump over the wall in Texta's base. They find the scouts and they will kill the scouts. A squad of scouts left alive, far away from here. Servitors cannot fight, cannot tie up the warp spiders in close combat. 2 of them get killed. And already critical damage has been done by these warp spiders early. Let's see if that will be worth it in the long run. Something tells me it won't end well for SeleCT if Texta will mass up units. Okay, 1 LP2 in SeleCT's base. Makes use of his power. By the way, guys, do you think this time of streaming is better compared to the streams I have done in the past? I start the streams later in the evening now. Thankfully my voice can hold up. The more I practice, the better it gets, actually. So even late in the day I can still speak.
Scouts here. At your command. Yes, my lord. Scouts here. Quickly, take us to the guardian squad. Ready.
Here the warp spiders don't even care about those Space Marines, they don't care that they are being fought in close combat. I think this was possible to abuse in vanilla if you place the warp spiders on hold ground stance. They would fight in range no matter what, something like that.
Take us to the battle.
Even in Soulstorm it happens sometimes, it's very rare however.
Waiting here is but a
Sometimes when you fight a squad in close combat they would shoot anyway, deal damage in range basically.
This day shall be a glorious one for the Imperium.
Yeah, this time might be better. My audience is actually 25 to 35 years old mostly, so most of you are working in the day. I cannot stream earlier. Also the time zone difference plays to my disadvantage a bit, I guess. Good night, Martin. Thanks for joining the stream. YouTube shows me my stream stuck. I hope it's up. Seems to be running fine on my end. Yeah, it should be fine. A bunch of Marines being massed up here from Texta. 2 LP2s already upgraded. And SeleCT manages to hit tier 2 in the meantime. Economy is very good. 80 to 20 for railway, this is heaven. He probably can manage and defend from the incoming Space Marine attack. If only he gets those warlocks, he should manage. There he comes again, the fat force commander, getting focused by the LP2 Guardians. Farseer runs into the Space Marines, into the bunch of them, trying to disrupt. Does not work well for her. The Marines are too heavy. She gets surrounded and might even die in here. Yeah, this might not end well for the Eldar. The fat boy is still half HP. He's not planning to die today. Okay, this is not the end yet. SeleCT decides to retreat, regroup. The warlocks are here. A stun has been cast on that commander, he cannot move now. Good job with that one. Getting heavily focused. Texta attaches the commander to a Space Marine squad. Will keep his commander alive. Without Farseer, however, still will be challenging to stop the bunch of Marines. Either the Farseer or one more squad of Dark Reapers will be welcomed. Or at least a squad of Guardians with a Warlock. SeleCT does not want to lose that aspect portal. Another entanglement cast on the force commander and the entire squad. They're gonna lose morale. The commander gets killed and GG gets called by Texta. He realizes if he loses this fight he can't even retreat. If he retreats he will get killed during the retreat anyways. Warp spiders with the jump can follow them. And the remaining squads with the fleet of foot. Very good holding here from Eldar. And SeleCT ends up leading the way 9-5 now. Looks like the more he plays against the same opponent, the better he gets. Second to last game for today's stream. On Battle Marshes.
Scouts awaiting orders.
Good night, Pierre. Thanks for joining.
Scouts ready. Scouts in position.
I guess it's already late. I don't have a clock on the computer. I deleted the clock. Disabled it actually from the settings. I do not like to have it in my face when I don't need to know it. I only check the time when I really need it. Otherwise I find that clocks annoying a bit. $50-0 here for Texta. Fast map control. Very fast map control in fact. 4 squads of scouts. That's what they do for you. And look at that, SeleCT opens once again with the warp spiders. It's 22-15 for you, Yoshi. I am not living in Italy.
We are here to fulfill our duty.
A squad of warp spiders early manages to kill a servitor and a squad of scouts, I think.
At your command.
Good point, Camille. I actually think I can get rid of the taskbar in Vanilla Dawn of War at all times, but the only downside will be that I cannot switch between the players quickly. I will have to press more buttons. And also I enable and disable the fog very often. Most of the time I do enjoy watching replays with the fog of war enabled. I do not like to delete it like that. As if you have map hack, I don't like that. Looks ugly also. I want to see the vision from one player's perspective most of the time. I am not so far away, Yoshi, don't worry.
The Emperor protects.
Hi Alex. We're over 4 hours into this stream observing the same players and mostly Eldar versus Space Marines. Very close series so far. Very enjoyable to observe. SeleCT now starts to lead the way towards the end, 9-5 in his favor. Looks like he's gonna hold this attack from Texta. He should be able to win in this fight. The Dark Reapers are here. Force Commander somewhat of a problem. If the Farseer uses her abilities on other squads, Oh, I see what you mean now, Camille. No, I do need the taskbar. I just deleted the clock from it. I think it's much better like that. I have the date and clock on my phone, and I also have quite a few clocks around the house, so I can still check on it easily without having it always in front of me when I sit on in front of the PC. I think deleting the clock also might increase productivity. At least so it works for me. Somewhat of an all-in in here from Texta. SeleCT not ready to fight, he's overextending very well until he's ready. He's waiting for these Farseer abilities to recharge. Will sit back when he's not comfortable with the fights. Still full HP on that commander, very scary stuff. This is very close now. Looks bad for the Eldar, he lost 2 points now in the base. Economy 74-0 against 68-0, still Eldar's economy is higher. All he needs to do is overextend and not lose infantry in this fight. If he overextends, he can win later on on a higher economy. Now what SeleCT can try to do is wait for the Farseer's abilities to recharge once again and go in a bit later. He controls 2 relics now. Hi Alex, yes, I do work for home for over 3 years now. Soul Shrine has been placed. Tier 2 on the way for SeleCT.
While the enemies of the Emperor still draw breath, there can be no peace. Today the enemy shall know fear.
How can we help? Waiting here is that phase of
Farseer almost dead, the commander still full. A problem. And she dies, yeah, I heard her screaming, that was hilarious. Texta is happy with the outcome. He basically cleaned that Eldar base a bit, took down 2 points, destroyed generator, aspect portal, whatever in here was before, I completely forgot. SeleCT will rebuild the aspect portal, needs more infantry. I think he will need a new Farseer. Otherwise that commander will be difficult to stop. Needs a new Farseer, needs entanglement on the Guardians, needs warlocks, needs grenades. This is what a Space Marine all-in can do to the Eldar. Difficult to stop. $56-10 for SeleCT now against $56-0 for Texta. Again, very close. No idea who's gonna win this.
what do you know of war?
A bit of a base trade. Doesn't look too bad. Soul Shrine about to get destroyed in there. SeleCT splitting his infantry will be less effective at taking down those buildings. Good build up, however, he rebuilds nicely. Will rebuild also the Soul Shrine. The HQ is still up. And still unclear who's gonna win. Texta's got a bigger army, but it has no upgrades. 0 upgrades. Huge mass of marines, like 6 squads or something.
Faith is our shield. Fear denies faith.
Soul Shrine almost finished again. 32-0 income now for Texta, got really low and ugly. And SeleCT on 68-20, much better economy wise, will catch a squad of marines here. They're probably trying to get close to the other squads in there, probably got stunned. No stun, no warlocks yet. SeleCT might even manage to save his HQ if he tries. Build some bone singers.
Yes, my lord.
Naturally.
Won't even try. Too many marines around. Would kill the singers too quick.
We stand ready.
5 squads of marines and a full HP commander. Texta decides to go in. By the time he goes in, SeleCT has the plasma grenades on the guardians. 3 squads of guardians or 4. 4 plasma grenades. Maybe it will be doable. And hold this bunch of marines. Deal with them. For now he will retreat, probably will have to wait until he get more upgrades from the Soul Shrine. Economy really low, 60 income to 20 for Eldar, 38-0 for Texta. Texta cannot afford losing anything now, won't be able to reinforce. Another close game in the series. Most of them were super close. Not clear who's gonna win until the very last moments, until the last fights happen. Unfortunate situation here for SeleCT. He overlooked, probably misclicked and didn't finish this listening shrine. Oh, now that might be terrible for Texta if he gets locked in this dead end. He might lose the game right here. The Guardians with the Warlocks, Plasma Grenades and Entanglement are too powerful against raw Marines. Let's see how this will work out. Oh, look at that, very painful. Both the Mind War, Plasma Grenades and Psychic Storm cast into that squad of Marines with the Commander attached. Genius usage of these Eldar abilities on the squads. Decisive victory for SeleCT in this fight. And he's also got a D cannon upgrade on the support platform in the enemy base. Very well done. No chances for the Marines now in here without the tanky Force Commander. Impossible to win this now. Good night, Yoshi. Thank you for joining me today on the stream. Texta is surprised. GG, well, I guess he invested too much in his tier 1 game, too many Space Marine squads fully reinforced, super expensive. In the end, pretty one-sided. SeleCT exterminates most of his units in the last fight, and was also leading on economy throughout the game. Masterful play on the Eldar. Looked so bad early to mid game for the Eldar, and he manages to come back into it like that, overextend until he gets more upgrades, more infantry size. And SeleCT now leading the way 10-5. Only one game left. The last game for today will be once again on railway. Eldar in the lower left position versus Space Marines in the upper right.
I await your instructions.
3 squads of scouts for now. Probably 4. No, that was a second servitor. 2 servitors will be enough. No need for 3. Again. From SeleCT, 3 squads of guardians. Aspect portal and generator.
Scouts awaiting orders. Scouts awaiting orders. At your command. Scouts in position.
Yes, most beneficent one.
What is your wish? What would you have us do?
The Farseer is out.
Yes.
And SeleCT will do his old trick. Send 3 squads into the enemy base at once at the second minute. The Farseer and 2 squads of guardians. The remaining guardians will get the relic and critical locations afterwards, or jump into the fight also.
He who stands with you shall be my brother. The Emperor protects.
Of space and time retreat from my
On
mind.
alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby.
What would you have us do?
Yes, my lord.
Force commander completely out of position. SeleCT runs into Texta's base and will take down a squad of marines like that. Mind War was more powerful in vanilla Dawn of War. As soon as a module gets killed by the Mind War will transition to the other member of the squad and also deal damage to it. And so you can kill 2 or 3 members in the squad with the Mind War. Really powerful. When combined with the Psychic Storm, very powerful. 1 squad of tactical marines down and a squad of scouts. A second generator placed and tier 2 on the way. Some people might call this armory for the Eldar in vanilla, but it's actually both armory and tier 2. You get tier 2 upgrades from it, and you get the ability to produce anti-vehicle stuff. And then you can transition to tier 3 from it and build that support portal.
Yes, my lord.
The future seems so clear.
While While the enemies of the Emperor still draw
Looks like an all-in attempt once again from Texta. No generators yet.
We stand ready.
Wants to mass up some marines. Too bad he lost a squad so early. Felt like he couldn't do anything about that. How do you even save it? You cannot run away from the Guardians with Fleet of Foot. Can't run away from Psychic Storm and Mind War.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
Nothing he could have done about to prevent that.
Faith is our shield.
Goes into a counter-attack. Not even sure if this can be called a counter-attack. The upgrades for the Guardians probably will pop up soon. The Warlocks, the Grenades. This will be a pain for Texta. I can see that coming.
What's your order? Fear denies faith.
Yeah, the Warlocks have been added now on the Guardians. 3 squads of Guardians fully reinforced with the Warlocks. They probably have the HP upgrade by now and the optics also. Scary stuff. No LP2 even in here for Texta to defend from this attack. He probably wants to trick that Force Commander to get him closer to the Guardians, stun the Commander and take him down. Heavy disruption from the Farseer also. In Vanilla Dawn of War it's more powerful. The most powerful disruption in Dawn of War 1 probably from the Farseer. Huge area of effect and disrupts commanders as if they are light infantry. Cannot attack in there. The LP2 is a threat for Guardians. SeleCT decides to run back.
We have mastered the art of destruction.
A squad of Dark Reapers will join the party. SeleCT will move towards the left. Same was done by Texta. They will meet at this critical location. The Marines do not have any upgrades at all and they will stay like that in open field. Definitely a mistake at this point. He has to hide behind LP2s. Sitting like that in open field is almost the equivalent of suicide. Look at that. Most of the squads get stunned by both grenades and entanglement. They will lose morale now and most of them will get killed. Very active play with the Guardians from SeleCT and the Dark Reapers, always getting inside those Marines, making sure he would reach them and deal the damage during their retreat. This is insane. Force Commander goes down and this is over. SeleCT wins this best of, I don't know what, best of 17. 11-5 lead. GG gets called by Texta. It was a pleasure to observe these games. Very high level on both sides. Both of them trying to get most usage of their races. SeleCT definitely succeeds with that. Pretty one-sided this one, probably the most one-sided game so far. As I've said at the start of this game, the more he plays against the same opponent, the better he gets, it seems. Masterful play. I hope you guys also enjoyed the series of games between these two players. Back in March 2005, SeleCT was ranked 1 Worlds on Eldar and Texta ranked 1 on Space Marines. It was a pleasure for me, at least. I hope you enjoyed it too. For now, that's it from me. Tomorrow I will probably stream Chaos Rising in the evening on my main channel. If you want to join me, feel free to jump in and have a chat. For now, that's it from me. Bye bye, good night, I'll see you next time.